on, don't fuck up. Just play the game, man. Fuck, you gotta have issues for.
Issues with what?
The street niece is not really particularly working right now when it comes to the game.
Alrighty. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a good rest of your week. You know, I hope everything was good. It was up to your par. I hope, you know, you watched some sports. You know, I think we had a wild one over the weekend. We had a couple upsets. I know Canelo got beat the fuck up. About time. I know Rose, she got her ass kicked. We had Tony Ferguson taking the almost holiest foot to his fucking face and getting absolutely put. And then Charles Olivier beat Justin Gaethje. He doesn't retain his belt because he was overweight at the weigh-in. Yeah, but all around it was a crazy weekend of sports. You know, like how me and Danny, we had talked about these series, and about two of these series we predicted to go straight to hell for the other team. And they bounced back very well. So we're going to jump into the NBA playoffs. We're going to start off with the Suns and the Mavericks.
Alrighty. So, that series, I didn't even think Dallas was going to be able to win one game.
Let alone run two games at home.
Yeah.
You know.
But after last night, I really can't see them going back home and winning Game 6, even and winning that game. I really don't. Everything has to go perfect for them to win that game. And then they still have to go on the road in Phoenix and do it on the road one more time. It's not going to happen.
I mean, for games...
Dallas played like shit. They shot 38%. They shot 25% from the three-point line.
I mean, from the way the stats look, I mean, Game 5, they're worse than the paint. You know what I mean? Out of the last three games of stretch, you know, that was their 22 points in the paint. You know?
Right.
Other than shutting down their bench, you know, like we said last week, Brunson, Finney, and these guys, you know, all these other guys, and Kleber, they got to step up. Because we know Luka's going to drop, 25 plus every game. He's going to give you those. He's going to give you those at least 9 to 10 assists. He's going to give you the 10 boards. So he's almost averaging a triple double.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you do?
That was right in the fucking funny.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. For Game 3, I mean, they showed up. They showed up. Brunson, you know, had 28. He led the Mavs with points. You know, 28 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 turnover. That's good. He's, you know, protecting the ball. He's moving it a little bit, but he's scoring.
Yeah.
Bullock, you know, he had 15 points, 2 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 steals in Game 3. You know, Luka, 26 points, 9 assists, 13 rebounds, 2 steals, 5 turnovers. Not that bad. Kleber, their big man, their power forward, 14 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 3 blocks. You know?
You gotta look at Game 3 and Game 4. Game 3 and Game 4. The Suns had 17 turnovers in each game.
Yeah, they did, in each game.
That's what kept Dallas in those games. And they went from 17 down to 12 last night.
But the funniest thing is...
fucking make a difference.
But the funniest thing is the Mavs only had 15 points off of turnovers in Game 3. And then only 9 in Game 4. So, I mean, yeah, like, they turned the ball over. But it wasn't like Dallas was killing them on points over turnovers. You know, like, they had 17 turnovers, right? That's 34 in 2 games. And all you amounted was 24 points.
Yeah.
So... But, I mean, if you look at Game 3, Bridges, 12 points, 2 assists, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, 1 turnover. You're looking 15, 16 plus from him. Jamison Crowder. Now, this is how you know you're fucked. When Jamison Crowder leads you in scoring at 19 points, 5 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 turnovers, you know you're fucked. Ayton, 16 points, 11 rebounds. That was his whole stat line. That's it. Like, no joke, no bullshit. It was just that. Booker, 18 points, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, 5 turnovers. And then Chris Paul, 12 points, 4 assists, 7 rebounds, 1 steal, 7 turnovers. if they won that game, then they're really good, or Dallas is just terrible and doesn't belong to be there. But I want to know what you're thinking about this, Danny, because is it that these teams suck, or are we just seeing teams have more bad nights than usual?
I want to feel like it could be a mix of both, but then look, when you look at Dallas, outside of Luka, who do they really have? Yeah, I know you can say Jalen Brunson and a couple of other guys, but it's like, who do they really have? So I'm gonna really lean more towards the fact that they just aren't that good. Now, when it comes to the regular season, you play 82 games, so there's a way to kind of like hide that shittiness from your team, and it's kind of like a way to like protect yourself.
Well, we know Dallas's formula. Give Doncic the ball, hope he goes off with 20, 30, with 30 plus, and everybody else just fills in the gaps that they need to fill in.
Well, we see what happens when that doesn't work every night. Like I said, in the regular season,
you can get away with
it. Different.
Yeah. You're playing this team 7 games in a row, or the possibility of it. I mean, but Game 4, also at Dallas, Mother's Day, they took the tires off them. Crowder had 15, 1 assist, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, 4 turnovers. Ayton had another shitty game, 14 points, 2 assists, 11 rebounds. I know it's a double-double, but you're looking for 20 plus from the big man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Chris Paul just had an absolute fucking dud of a fucking game.
I've never seen him play that bad ever before in my life.
I mean, granted, I know there was stuff going on, which everybody's talking about, the speculation of what was going on.
Oh, with his family in the
stands and stuff like that. So I understand, there's an element there that could take your mind away from the game, but you've been a professional for so long, and if this is a going issue that we don't know about, that he may address later, like, hey, my family's been going through this all year or for a couple of years. Well, dude, you're a fucking millionaire. You're a player rep as well. You're the head of the fucking player reps. Why isn't your family in the box?
I mean, look, I was just thinking that before you said that, because I get, you want courtside tickets, like, who doesn't want courtside tickets to watch a playoff game? But if, like you said, if I'm an athlete, there should be their own specific products for just them. Or, like, I don't know, like, you said it the other day, we were talking about, before we did the show, and I think I even heard the guys talking about it after the game the other night. They're like, what are we going to put them in a bubble or in like a cage? And I'm like, I don't know. That's not going to do nothing. Because even if you do that, I mean, you're still going to have issues with the fans inside, in the seating area.
Yeah.
Because that, putting a fence around the players or something won't change how the players...
Well, the funniest thing is what I've noticed is like what the NFL does, right? Usually the families don't travel, right, in the NFL with, to the away games.
Right.
They usually don't. They're usually there for the home games. But even still, they're grouped with all other players' wives and stuff and other families. So it's like, nothing's gonna happen around you because you're with the whole organization. Like you're with the defensive end's wife and the corner's wife, Dak's wife. You know what I mean? You're all there amongst yourselves.
Right.
But with all these other sports, baseball, football, it's just the chirping. Baseball, I mean, with throwing stuff at the players. But if you don't want to get touched by a fan or engage with a fan, then like I think we talked about it the other day, I say move the fans back 5 yards off the court. At least create that space,
But that's also not going to solve the issue. I mean, that might solve the issue as far as when it comes to players' family members. But I mean,
well, no, honestly,
you've been in enough sporting events.
My opinion is your family shouldn't be there.
Changed when we drink alcohol. But how is it that it doesn't happen all the time? But it's like, how are you really gonna spend your hard-earned money to go to the game, buy the food, the beer, merchandise, everything, and then you're going to get belligerent to the point and cause a problem? Like, I just don't understand. Like, I don't get it. Just.
Well, I mean, when we go there, we have a few beers. You know what I mean? We get a buzz on, but I know me. I don't want to be inebriated to where I don't know where the fuck. You know, we're in New York City. We're from Jersey. I'm not trying to be, done in a city where I have no idea where the fuck I'm at.
Like that one night when you lost your wallet.
Exactly. I mean, we were almost fucked at that point. You know. I mean, I heard the kid was about like 20 years old, so he's newly 21. I understand it's a playoff game. You're probably there. You're getting bombed, but if it's my family, my opinion, you guys aren't sitting there.
Yeah.
If this is the 80s, where it's kind of hard to get information, as in to know who my parents are or my wife and my kids, then okay, you could sit in the stands because it's kind of like oh, who the fuck are you? You're just another fucking guy. Well, no, he's actually my father. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why not sit in the owner's box or something like that? You know what I mean? Or how about this? Watch it on fucking TV. Oh, I want to be there to support my husband. Okay, he knows that. He would know that if you were at home or if you were way up in the box. Where when you're in the box, you get to see the court, but they have monster 70-inch TVs in the fucking room.
Yeah.
Well, moving on from that, going to Game 4, the Mavs played great. Finney, 24 points. Brunson, 18. Doncic, 26. They had 6 guys, 10-plus points. And then the way that the Suns played, they were winning that game. That was bar none. So now we move into Game 5, which was last night, which we both sat here and watched. Now, it was a great game for about 3 fucking quarters.
Kind of.
Or not, about a half, maybe a little bit more than a half, a little smidge, a little bit, just a little bit. I don't know what the Suns said or what somebody said in the locker room, but obviously it fucking worked because Ayton had 20 points, Booker had 28, Bridges had 14, Johnson had 14, Paul, not the best game in the world points-wise, but he did his thing as in terms of assists.
Yeah.
7 points, 10 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, 4 turnovers. So, I mean, a slight less of turnovers that he's, than the other. Yes, back to normal, I would say. But I think they're aggravating him. I think this stems from that Pelican series. And what I mean by that, what it stems from, is the way that they were guarding him. Because he was getting pissed off. That guy, Jose Alvarado, made him do 2 backcourts, got him to get 2 techs, in different games. So I think the Mavs in those 2 games at home, and honestly, even in Game 5 in the Valley, they've been playing him very well. It just, like we were talking the other day, why, if you're the Suns, how do you even let how do you let Ayton only score 12, 14 points? You should be feeding him.
Yeah.
Especially if everybody else is off. And he's a mismatch. Nobody could guard him.
No.
They should be running pick and rolls or giving him the ball for him to get to a spot, to get a floater, a turnaround, a jumper, or something. But finally, I mean, he has 20 points last night. Bridges kind of wakes up. Booker playing like the fucking hamstring injury just never happened.
Yeah.
But
magically that, but then, whatever.
Yeah, but last night, only 3 players, literally. So it was Brunson and Doncic. And then Bertans. Bertans had 10 point, 1 rebound, 1 steal. Brunson, 21, 2 assists, 7 rebounds, 1 steal, 4 turnovers.
Yeah.
Doncic, 28, 2 assists, and 11 rebounds, and 3 steals, 4 turnovers. So they're getting what they want from their 2 stars, but good God, can somebody fucking play? in the most crucial game. So you're telling me, all right, at home, you didn't get a groove on, you didn't get it in rhythm.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. So you didn't get into rhythm at all. Now you go to the Suns, you go back to the Suns, and everybody just fucking pulls their pants down and takes a shit on the court.
Bends over and says, "Stick it up my butt, big dad."
Not even. I'm gonna drop a boo right here, right here. Like if anything, you could have dropped the boo next game. Nobody would have been that mad. It's at home. You know you're gonna have slight advantages. But for only 3 guys, so 3 guys only averaged 59, only scored 59 points. Mind you, Danny.
I've seen them play this bad on the road than at home.
Exactly.
Honestly.
But mind you, Danny, the way I take the stats down, anybody who's on my stat line that is below 10 points, you're lucky you're on my stat fucking sheet. Basketball is a game about points. Yes, there's other factors to it that go into it, defense and fast break and points in the paint, but it's who's going to score points. If you're not going to have a lineup that's going to score points, and that's what you're going to get.
Absolutely.
You're going to get 2 guys out there hustling their heart out for nothing. To what did they lose by last night?
30.
By 30. They got their clock cleaned in the second half.
As I was telling you, I think it was towards the end of the game or it was after the game. These are wasted years for Doc, bro. I mean, I get it, you're kind of competitive, yeah, you were the 4th seed, but honestly, these are going to be, this is going to continue to happen and be more wasted years of Luka if he does do something. But I can't see them going into this offseason and trying not to get at least one star to go with Luka. Because if they can get one star to go with him...
Well, if we have Brunson. Brunson runs the point. Lucas, I think, there's small forward, shooting guard.
He looks more like
Well, I mean, so yeah, you can get some other guys. I mean, because... Where was Kleber? Where was Dinwiddie? Where was fucking Finney? You guys were there at home, and then you go back to the Valley, and poof! Where'd you go?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Look, I get it. The first 2 games you're on the road. It's a screaming crowd, right? You go back to your house. You get a rhythm going, and then you go back, and then you just no, I don't want to play.
So it's like all the work you put in to get to tie the series and get yourself back into the series. And going into Game 5, I even told you, I think the Mavs might have figured out the Suns. Not in the sense where they'll win the series, but more as in
they'll make it competitive.
Push the envelope a little more.
Yeah.
Didn't even happen.
No, it didn't. It really didn't. I mean, they played defense really good, and they played decent defense in that first half last night.
Yeah.
After that, it went awry, and I mean awry, like eating a loaf of rye bread. Because the Suns just started clicking on all cylinders, and at that point, you even as a MAVS fan or just a basketball fan, you're sitting there going, "Oh, fuck."
They were down like 67-50 with I think 7 or 8 minutes left in the third quarter. So it was already bad before it got really bad.
Yes, and the reason why I would say the importance of game 5 is in 2-2 series, the winner of Game 5 wins the series 82 or 83% of the time.
Right.
So Game 5 is if you're really looking at it, Game 5 is the most important game in the series.
Yeah.
And for only 3 guys, and Bertans is a bench guy, mind you, he no starter. So you only had 2 starters score over 10 points. I'm sorry. Their offseason, that has to be addressed immediately.
I don't know if it was this series and this game last night or if it was the Sixers Heat game last night. But I seen it on TV. They showed a combined, I think it was this Game 5 from the series. Luka had his 26, somebody else has 21, and then the rest of the team combined, they had 31 points. They were 8 for 32 shooting.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it. That's not gonna cut it. You're gonna get blown out, which they did. So you had 2 stars that had a really good game, And everybody else, like I just said before, took a boo-boo right on the fucking court.
Yep.
Like, I understand there's a way to coach, and you know it's different styles and stuff like that. But at a point, I would have took the clipboard, I'd have launched the clipboard, and I'd have been like, yo, do you guys just want to go home? You fucking Riri, stop it, stupid
And
cats.
it's like,
Sorry.
I don't know like, how it sounds, but it's like, or
Hello, froze up there, buddy. All right, well, so he's frozen right now. We'll get to that issue in a second. But just reiterating what we were saying is Dallas has to get this production from their role players. This is not a team where you can, like, where you're so complete or so well built that, like the Warriors, we'll use them as an example. You know, Curry can have an off game where he scores about 20. You know? He scores about 20. And, you know, DeAndre does his little thing, you know, that he does. But they have bad games from Clay, a little bad game from Poole. You know, where they can have a couple role players have bad games, but they're going to, the whole unit is going to produce, and they'll get the win. You know, that's the whole thing. They're not good enough to get away with it. And especially against a complete team like the Suns. And as competitive and as good as they are. It's just not going to cut it. As you've seen in Game 3 and in Game 4. They went wild. Everybody did their thing. And I understand going from one place to another, your home, going away. It's going to affect you. But you got to show up. Their production was minimal at best, and that's horrible, because like Danny said, you're wasting Doncic's talent. You're literally wasting this man's time and talent, and that just can't happen. Something's got to be done. So other than that, we are going to move on to the Miami Heat versus the Philadelphia 76ers. So we had Game 3. Absolute fucking meltdown. Just catastrophically meltdown. I don't understand it. Why everybody is like, it's terrible. That's why I asked Dan. That's why I asked you earlier, Danny. Yo, I hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if it's what's going on. It keeps fucking.
It's all right. We'll get to it in a second. But I basically just elaborated over. I just elaborated on the Suns. We're gonna fix that. Just give us 1 second here. Apologies, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. We're still working out a couple kinks here and there, you know what I mean? Fuck you mean, you unavailable, you piece of shit. Yeah?
I don't know, she keeps fucking kicking me out. It keeps said that I had a poor internet connection. I'm like, how the fuck does that make any sense?
I don't know. Alright, you're good. It's alright. Some hiccups. We got time though. We're here. There we are.
what I was saying before I got cut off is like it's just embarrassing just trying to watch the game. It's like one of those movies or shows where you see something and you're like, oh, man, I can't even watch that. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it was cringe last night. Yeah, I mean, it didn't look good. I mean, thank God they had Doncic. That's all I could say. You know, I hope that they'll compete. I hope they can turn it around again in Game 6 so they can go to 7. It'd be nice to see them go to 7 and actually maybe play better than they have at, the Suns' house. But it's over.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so since we had that delay, we're going to jump right into Heat 76ers, Game 3. Like I was saying before we had the technical issues, it was a meltdown from Miami. Nothing was working besides Jimmy Butler. And the 76ers were energized. Joel Embiid was back, who showed out with a double-double. And their supporting cast, the 4 stars, scored 15-plus points. Only 2 Heat players went plus 10. Miami looked off all night, and Philly coasted on them game 3.
Miami shot 23% from the three-point line. So when I seen that, I was watching that game. I was like, wait, is Miami one-dimensional? Because it seems like if you shut, obviously if you can't shoot and make the buckets, you're not gonna win.
Yeah.
But it's like them being off like that made me think, wait, are they just like a three-point shooting team? Are they really just one-dimensional?
No.
And I'm like, interesting.
I mean, the stats made them look one-dimensional. Game 3, they both had 28 points in the paint. Philly had 19 fast break points to Miami's 6.
Yeah.
Miami did have 24 bench points, and Philly had 13. Philly had 18 turnovers. Miami had 12. But off those 12 turnovers, Philly had 19 points, and Miami only had 17 off the 18.
Right. Think of it this way, too. They won by 20, and Philly's highest scoring leader was Tyrese Maxey with 21 points.
And Green had tied him with points. They both dropped 21 points.
Okay. So, like...
No, but like what they needed. You have him beat back. He gets his 18, his 11 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 block.
Right.
Harden, 17 points, 6 assists, 8 rebounds. He did his job, in that aspect.
Yeah.
But, Tyler Herro for Miami, their 6th man, he had 14 points. You're looking, he's good for about 20. If he's on. But he's a bench player. So off the bench, 14 points, it's not bad.
No.
Struss, 9 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 3 steals, 1 block. Bam Adebayo, 9 points though? 1 assist, 3 rebounds? You the big man. You gotta go 15 plus. Like remember we've been talking, and I said when Jimmy needs to, or where Jimmy feels it. All right, I have to take over and turn it on. Nothing's working. I have to. He did it. Granted, they lost by 20. Without him, they would have ran out of the fucking building.
Yeah.
33 points, 2 assists, 10 rebounds, 2 steals, only 2 turnovers. Jimmy did his thing.
But you can say that, but I mean, now if you look at Game 4, Jimmy really did his thing in Game 4, and they still lost. He puts up 40 in Game 4.
Yeah.
And they still lost. This time, granted, it was only by 8, but, going into Game 4, I Philly had to win that game. After they won that game, I'm like, yes, my dark horse is alive and well.
Yeah. I mean, they they had 6 players score 10 points plus in Game 4. Green 11 points, Harris 13 points, Embiid 24, Maxey 18, Harden with the big dick on the table 31, 9 and 7.
Points, 7 rebounds and 9 assists. Yeah, he really showed up.
And then Niang 10 points, doing his little work. Miami. They have great bench players. Duncan Robinson and all. But where the fuck has Duncan been? He has, they paid him out the ass, and he saw, 5 minutes total? Or maybe less than that in this series. Jimmy went off again, 40. Adebayo stepped up, 21 points. Oladipo, they need him. He was absent for Game 3. He didn't even play. You know, but he has 15, 2 assists, 3 rebounds, 3 steals, 2 blocks. You know, and Hero, 11 points, 10 rebounds, 1 assist. They had their production, but Philly had a great game.
They really did.
You know, if Philly doesn't get the 31 from Harden, say they get his average of 16 this series or 14, right? That's 15 points right there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you mentioned it before. I mean, Philly shot 54%. That's huge.
Yeah, that is
Super huge.
that's monstrous.
That's almost like Golden State status when they're shooting like 60%, which is like unreal. It's like, really? It's like, how fuckers are scoring so much and it's like what you were saying about Curry. It's like you shoot from that distance, but if you look at all his shots, it's not hitting the rim or it's just straight switch. It's just all wet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whatever, man. Like, whatever. It's just.
Now, Game 5.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Before I move into Game 5, I'm just going to break down some points for Game 4. So, Miami, they dominated again in the paint. They took back the strength in the points in the paint, 48-34, right?
Yeah.
Fast break points, they even with Philly, 19-18. Their bench points, they outscored them again, 28-19. Not bad. You know, that's what you want. The turnovers, they were still in the same ballpark. Philly had 16, but Philly's making them pay throughout the series on points or off the turnovers, because that's 25-11 they outscored them. Now, for Game 5, I had this one thing written down. Welcome back, Philly. Welcome back to Earth. It feels different when you're not in Philly, because it certainly showed. Because only 3 players finished with over 10 points.
They shot 36%. That's a big drop from the 54 in Game 4. And it's not like we're asking them to shoot 54% again, but 45 would be nice.
Or not even. Just give me high 38% plus.
Nah, it's got to be 40 or better.
That's hard.
You're playing Miami. If you can't shoot 40% or better, you're going to lose. And they did.
Oh, yeah.
Big.
I mean,
They got their asses handed.
Tobias Harris, 12.3 rebounds. Embiid, 17 points, 2 assists, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 turnovers. Maxey, 9 points, 1 assist, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 turnovers. Harden, I don't know. 14 points, 4 assists, 6 rebounds, 1 steal.
Where was he? Even if he had another 31-point game, they still lose by like 16 or 17. So it still wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, I understand that, but at this point in time, literally, if you're Harden and you're doing your job, I'm dropping 30 or 25. You look at everybody else and you go, y'all talked all that shit, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me. You know what I mean? It wasn't me. I did my job. You know? But Miami, I guess they woke up. But I think this year in the playoffs, I think home field is a big thing. You know, because we're seeing people go away from their home and just absolutely shit the bed.
Yeah,
which
definitely.
I don't remember a playoffs like this. Because I remember, like, in years past...
so drastically like that.
Yeah, I mean, even, like, Butler had 23 points, 6 assists, 9 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 turnovers. Tucker, 10 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block. Adebayo, gotta have more. I mean, 12 points, 6 rebounds, 1 steal, 2 block. You gotta be almost breaking that 20 points. Their boy Struss, 19 points, 1 assist, 10 rebounds. It's a good game. Vincent, 15 points, 2 assists, 5 rebounds. Hero, 10 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds. So, Philly did shoot like shit. Yes, right? And they didn't get the production that they were looking for. But they could have won that game. Based on the stats, they had, like, look, if Tucker doesn't play that way or Struss doesn't play that way, and Adebayo only has 12, you should be running to win that game.
Maybe. It wouldn't have looked as bad, but I still don't even like totally agree with that.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Dallas. Philly and Dallas are in the same position. You better pray you win at home. You better pray. Because if you don't, bye-bye.
Yep. No, definitely, 100%. It's definitely crunch time now, for sure.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move on to Memphis and Golden State. Should I play the, Johnny boy? The pipes? Or should you play the bagpipes? Because it's over.
It's ridiculous, bro. Alright. If Morant plays game 4,
they win.
They win. And like that injury, like, look, alright, I get it. I'm not the player, I don't feel what he felt. But looking at that play, that's a bullshit ass injury.
Oh yeah, a bone bruise to your knee when my man only grabbed your knee. He didn't even punch it. So that, to me, that tells me
he should still be going back out there and playing.
But see that tells me he hurt that in the previous game. I think they're lying to us and telling us it's a bone bruise, but I literally think it's something else. It's got to be something else because he had to previously injure it, and all he did was grab it. So he didn't punch it. I've never met anybody who got a bone bruise from a tap. Because if that's the case, why are you even playing basketball?
What if it was more of a hamstring thing?
That's what I'm saying. There's a strain somewhere. They're just saying bone bruise, so it won't alarm everybody. I've had a bone bruise in my knee, and it hurts like a motherfucker. I won't bullshit you about that. But
right.
It takes about a week or two.
Yeah, but you can still move around. You can,
I
get it.
Playing on that, but playing on that.
Why couldn't you at least come off the bench? You mean to tell me you can't come off the bench and give me like 12 minutes?
Not even that. You telling me you can't get a cortisone shot?
You telling me you can't wear a brace, wrap it with some ice, take some ibuprofen or whatever the fuck they give these players and the cortisone and get out there?
Smack him on the ass, let's go get it, you know what I mean?
I get it, why would you want to do this? He's young, you want to risk his future? No.
Understandable.
But unless, look, I get it, there might be something more that we're not being told, but unless it's an official break, or unless you saw him roll his ankle, like really bad, bro, wrap that shit up and fucking get back out there, bro. 20 years ago, if you or Kobe or, anybody really got hurt, just wrap that shit up. Wrap my thumb up, or they would put the split on it and they would, wrap your 2 fingers together and then, you just shoot or whatever.
Well, all right, or for instance, Kobe, Michael Jordan, they don't let outside things affect it. Their body included, you know what I mean?
Right.
Their mental is just so strong that it's like, all right, whatever, I'm just going to do what I do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kobe tearing his ACL and finishing the game. Or Phil Rivers years ago tears his ACL and then plays in the next game. I mean, they lose, they get bumped out of the playoffs, but the keys mode balls on you,
Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Playing with fucking cracked ribs.
A punctured lung, broken ribs, you know what I mean? Or where he broke his fucking collarbone. Nobody, like, the trainers went, like, to their, little side to discuss what the fuck, you know what I mean? And my man just puts his helmet back on, all right, goes running to go back out there. The fucking trainers got to go, look, Tony, whoa. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, dude, your shit is broke. Like, gone. Like, goodbye. They ain't no, just ice it. No, but that's a winner. That's somebody who, like, I don't give a fuck. We'll get through it later. We'll deal with it later. Right now, I gotta win the game. And Tony wasn't even that good. You know what I mean? But that's hard. Now, I'm not questioning John Morant's heart. He's a great player. He's the future of the league. Yeah, but there is something fishy going on here. So the game 3 stats, Golden State just it was a fight for a bit, but the weight was on Ja all again. Right?
Right.
Their X Factor, Jaren Jackson Jr., he's played very well throughout the series.
He has. He's very good.
Desmond Bain, you said last night he has a back injury, right?
Or he's still in the midst of coming back from it, but he's not 100%.
He hasn't played the best, and it shows. But at least he's given it a go.
Yeah.
Outside of a player here and there showing up for Memphis, it hasn't been enough. It's been the Josh show. You know what I mean? And like I just said about the previous series, you have to have guys step up. This is not the regular season where, all right, guys, we'll get it later. No, this is now or never.
It's the same thing with Dallas. It's the same thing with Philly. They all are in that same thing where it's like, they have that one guy, stepping up. Excuse me. Sorry. That steps up, but everybody else around him, shit. But then think about it with Philly. Who's really that one guy?
Embiid.
Yeah, he's back, but I mean, alright. It's not like he's put up 30 since being back.
Well, he's hurt. I mean, he's got a broken face and a dislocated finger.
No, I get that. So it's like they don't even, in a sense, really have the one guy. It's like half a guy because he's like.
Yeah, but like basically to that point, it's like him at half percentage is better than not having him at all. You know what I mean? Look at the first 2 games in Miami.
Yeah, no, that's true.
That was dude. You shut your fucking mouth. He came back. Everything turned around because now the offense runs through him, and it opens up for Maxey and Tobias.
Yeah.
But they have to perform. Harden, like I said, Harden's got to put up 18 plus. He has to if they want any shot at all. But if Morant didn't get hurt, I see them winning Game 4, and you can tell in Game 4 that his presence was missed down the stretch.
Yes.
Because the Warriors have their thing where, all right, we could be down by 12 if we have a quarter left. We hit a couple threes, now we're on fire. Now the game is right here. You know what I mean? And I know Klay Thompson isn't really respectively himself yet, but there's about 2 or 3 times already in the series where he's hit a clutch go-ahead tying 3.
Yeah.
So they have players that are going to hit the shots. So, I mean, it's unfortunate Morant is out. In game 3, the Warriors just exploded, dude. Wiggins, 17 points, 1 assist, 3 rebounds, 2 steals, 1 block. No turnovers. Kuminga, don't even know who the fuck he is. 18 points, 1 assist.
He's the youngest player to start a playoff game since 1971.
All right, there you go. So 1 assist, 3 rebounds, 4 turnovers. Green, 5 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 1 block. But that's just his game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a facilitator. He's a defensive juggernaut. Klay Thompson, 21 points, 4 assists, 9 rebounds, 2 turnovers. Curry, 30 points, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 turnover.
Right.
He cleaned it up. I'm not giving the ball away. And then their young phenom, Poole, 27 points, 2 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
Outside of Morant in Game 3, Bain, 16 points. Jackson Jr., 15 points. And Melton, 12 points. That's it. That's all they got. Game 4, valiant effort. I tip my cap. Great effort. But, tipping my cap ain't going to get you no championships.
No.
Now, they got what they needed in Game 4 from their supporting cast. As in Brooks, Jackson, Steve Adams, Bain, Jones, and Anderson. They got what they needed. They just didn't have the finisher.
Yeah.
And that's Ja Morant. And now the Warriors didn't play as good as they did in Game 3.
No, but do you think knowing that they don't have Morant, they go into that game and maybe not play to that level, super high level that they can play? Maybe like, oh no, we can just get by and, be our average selves or whatever.
Well, to be honest, I think if they had pulled out that Game 4 win, right? I don't think we even hear about Ja Morant's injury. I think he's coming back Game 5.
If they won?
If they won, I think they may have rested him until maybe Game 5 or Game 6, and he would make his return. 3-1, and you're going back to the Warriors. It's gonna get rough, dog. It's gonna get rough.
It's gonna be another 142.
Wait, no. Wait, are they going back to Golden State, or they? No. They're going back to Memphis.
Still, it's gonna be another 142 plus kind of game.
Yeah.
They're gonna get blown out at home. I'm telling you, they're gonna be down by 20 or more going into the half.
I think they lose in the same fashion that they did Game 4. They're gonna compete, right? So this is gonna give a little inkling to the organization of Memphis on who needs to stay and who's got to go. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think they're gonna go out with some integrity and some pride, but like I wouldn't say a blowout. I'm hoping not. The realm of possibility is open, you know, because they may have already given up mentally. We don't know until they touch the court.
Yeah.
And which is tonight. You know, gonna give you guys an update on the score right now if these cocksuckers would show it. And here it is. It is second quarter, 6 minutes and 41 seconds left. Milwaukee is down 38-40 to Boston.
That's all right.
So we'll give you guys updates throughout the game. We'll give you probably the next update about a minute or two before half and then halftime. Alrighty.
Yes.
Now we are going to move on to the series that we're actually watching the game right in front of us.
And the best matchup in the second round.
Yes. Hands down. Hands down. Definitely. Okay, alright.
Bucks and Celtics.
Bucks and the Celtics. Game 3.
Game 3 was a good game overall.
Yeah, I mean, Milwaukee owned the paint 52-32. And you notice that, alright, what game did they lose? Game 1, right? They lost Game 1. Boston lost Game 1.
Yeah.
And what happened?
89-101.
Right? Milwaukee ran them out of the building, as in terms of fast break points. Game 3, they did it again. 21 fast break points to 4.
Yeah.
You know, they had 20 bench points. Boston had 23. Milwaukee had 10 turnovers. Boston had 12. And they both had the same amount of points off turnovers, which was 11.
See, but here's the thing for that game. Both teams shot 36. No, both teams shot like shit. Boston shot 36% and Milwaukee shot 40%.
Yeah.
And Boston had a, I can't remember. Like I said, I haven't really watched basketball in a while, but I've been catching up with this playoffs. Dude, Boston played so bad in the third quarter, bro. They didn't know their left from their right. They couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. If they would shoot for shit, they wouldn't even get a whiff. Like, they were so bad in the third quarter. And yet, they only lost by 2.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's just look at it like this. When your star, your face of your team, has 10 points, 3 assists, 1 rebound, 1 steal, 3 turnovers, yeah, he had 4 blocks, that's good. But
Right.
10 points, that's it? I'm sorry, stars don't score just 10 points.
No, but that was Giannis' game. He dominated from start to finish. The whole
Yeah,
way
but
through.
Boston only lost by 2.
No, I get it. I'm
Dude,
just saying, like,
you're the fucking star. I need 20 plus. You scored a 20 plus, they win that game. Doesn't matter how good Giannis plays.
That's a testament to Milwaukee's defense, bro.
Well, it's also they got 42 from Giannis and they got 25 points from fucking Holiday and 13 from Lopez. That's big.
Good.
That's big.
I mean, I think it was within the first couple minutes. I think between Giannis and Lopez, I think they both had like, I don't know, something like 15, 16 points within like the first 2 or 3 minutes of the game or some shit like that. They started the game on fire, but I think Lopez ran into foul trouble early.
Well, he went 13 points, 2 assists, 10 rebounds, 2 steals, 1 turnover. Giannis, 42 points, 8 assists, 12 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 blocks, 3 turnovers.
Yeah.
Holiday, 25, 3 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 steals, 1 block, 3 turnovers. They protected the ball very well.
Both teams.
Portis did his thing off the bench. 9 points, 1 assist, 7 rebounds. 1 steal, 1 block. Connington, 11 points off the bench, 1 assist, 8 rebounds. They're trying to mix him in. They got what they wanted. They're lucky that Tatum played like shit. If Tatum had his average game of 20 some odd points, I'm sorry, they'd walk out of that with a win. Because Horford had 22 points, 5 assists, 16 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Brown had 27 points, 4 assists, 12 rebounds, 1 block. Marcus Smart doing his thing, 9 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 steal. Williams off the bench, 14 points, 2 rebounds, 1 steal.
Speaking of Marcus Smart, he's the first guard to win the Defensive Player of the Year award since Gary Payton in 1996.
Oh, Marcus Smart is filthy.
He is. That was a good pickup for Boston.
Oh, they've had him for a while.
I thought they just picked him up this past season from...
He's been there the whole time, dog.
Really?
Yeah, he's been there for almost 10 years.
Well...
And Marcus Smart, he developed into that.
I must have misheard what they said in the game because I could have sworn they said they just traded for him. But either way, yeah, so that's dope.
I mean, Game 3, barring that, Milwaukee's lucky to walk out with a win.
I wouldn't say lucky,
yeah,
but because they played well. They did. Outside of shooting for both teams, the defense, the physicality, everything was there. I would say it's more of a cause for concern as opposed to, them being lucky they got the win. I think they need to clean up a little bit better, and I think they need to definitely execute those shots more. I mean, I think at times, I thought they looked a little free with their shooting. I hate alright, so you're on defense, you get the rebound, or you get a steal, you kind of run the fast break offense, you get it down court, you pass to the one guy who's open in the corner, yeah, it's a good look, he's open. But fucking pass the ball around 3 or 4 times at least. I mean, yeah, the defense is going to get a chance to set up. That's okay, but I like to see the ball being moved around, honestly.
Well, I have a warning for Boston. And the warning is this. If you're going to have games where your star just wants to take a boo-boo on the court, mind you this, they're missing their second best player. And if something happens as to where they're like, yeah, you're good to go, you're fucked. Yeah. And we just said it before. Game 5, most important game. Right? Boston cannot let this go. They have to win. They have to win this game.
Absolutely.
If they don't win this game, it's over. I'll put money on it like that. They don't win this game, it's over.
It's the same thing. Whoever loses this game, it really just puts you in a hole.
Well, it does.
So,
but the only thing I like with the Suns is my like. See, I don't know. I don't believe. I really don't believe Chris Middleton's coming back this year. I just have that feeling. So,
I mean, if they make the finals again, I hope to think he would at least be ready for that.
We'll see. I have a gut feeling he's not coming back this year. So I believe that makes them weak. Right?
It definitely does.
So now, if they move on to the next round, right, and they're playing Miami, things may.
They're winning 103, 101. These games are not going to have that same exact. Aren't going to have that outcome.
Yeah, because
you're not going to get by like that.
Are you deep enough to fuck with Miami?
Without Middleton.
If they had Middleton, then I would be more excited than a pig rolling around in shit, just about to get fed bacon. Because both of those teams firing on all cylinders. They're deep and they're going and their stars are going back and forth. Oh, I would fucking love that.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of pushing for Boston because they have it all. But, like I just said before, stop scoring 10 fucking points when you get paid that goddamn much.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. I'm sorry. Like we said, coaching styles none. Throw the clipboard away, dude. Are you high or something? Or what are you on your fucking period? You want some cranberry juice? What's the matter? Get your head out of your ass and put the ball in the fucking hoop.
Right.
Everybody else is trying around here, and you're just fucking lackadaisy like a little girl in a fucking field. Look, you want to do that shit in the regular season? Go right ahead. That's what the regular season's for. Great players don't do that.
Yeah.
Period. Period. End of discussion.
We'll see how Tatum looks tonight. I mean, I don't know how many points he's got so far.
He's off one game, he's on the next game. He's off one game, he's on the next game. He's off one game, he's on the next one. Like, game 4, he dropped 30 points. Where the fuck was that?
Well, that was Al Horford dropping 30 points.
No, Al Horford dropped 20. Brown and Smart both had 18 a pop. White had 11.
I thought game 4 was when Horford dropped 30. He had 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists.
Oh, maybe I miswrote it. But I know Tatum had 30 as well. Or was it reversed? Did Tatum have 20 and Horford have 30?
I don't know, because I only got the point leaders, but I mean, for game 4, Horford put up 30 points.
All right. So, I mean, along with the 18 and the 20 or the 30 from Tatum, they played great. You know, Giannis did his thing, but they got lack of production from those role players.
Yeah.
You know, Lopez had 17. Holiday dropped down to 16. Matthews only had 12. Connaughton had 11 again. You know, that Middleton piece is really hurting them. I'll be honest with you. You know, the games they're winning, Giannis, it's on his back, and I'm sure he has no fucking issue doing it, you know. Just give me the ball. If I got to do it myself, I'll do it myself. Like, I don't give a shit.
Right.
But I don't think they're going to sustain... I don't think they're going to sustain themselves to just walk into the finals. It's not going to work like that this year. All right, quick update on the game. 3 minutes left in the second quarter. Boston's up 51-40 over Milwaukee.
All right. P-break before we start the football.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll let you guys hear this game while we take a break.
Left-handed hook pass right on target. Tatum, three-pointer, no good. Giannis pulls down his 7th rebound. Boston on an 11-0 run. And Milwaukee has had an answer. A couple of possessions they score. Antetokounmpo inside to give him 14 now.
Well, that's where Horford's had trouble, as everyone in the league does with Giannis. When he's coming at you full speed and has that momentum, it's a lot different than defending him.
Nothing but net. First made three from Marcus Smart. He hit a low 2.
Hey, you got the ball stuck. Jackass.
Alrighty. Look at what I see here. Boston's up by fucking 11 with 2 minutes left. That's crazy. Fucking A. Fucking Boston, man. Well, as long as anybody other than Golden State, I don't really give a shit. Honestly. Because Golden State's won 3 titles in the last 7 years, so that's enough. No more. Done. Kaput.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Adios. Sayonara. Good night.
You're being fucking crazy. Alright, I'll just just figure it out later. I'll figure that out later. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. As in terms of, I'm having a problem with Anchor right now.
Okay.
So I mean, we have this. I'll just figure out how to transfer it into audio, and then I'll just throw the audio onto Anchor for everybody. All right, so we're gonna jump on to our grading the draft. We're gonna move on to the AFC North, where Danny is gonna kick us off with the Baltimore Ravens, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let us have it.
All right, so with the first pick, 14th overall pick in the first round, the Ravens selected safety Kyle Hamilton out of Notre Dame. He was given a 6.81 prospect grade, so he's projected to be a year one starter. 6'4", 220 pounds. His 40 time was 4.59. In 3 years at Notre Dame, he had 138 total tackles, 8 interceptions. Honestly, this kid looks electric. He looks electrifying. Electrifying.
Well, Notre Dame usually has those players, those odd players that, I wouldn't say odd, just, if anything, they got like one guy on that team that's definite pro ready, that's like phenomenal,
Yeah. No, definitely. I think this kid moving forward, he looks like he could be a future Pro Bowler. I know I said that with another kid coming out the draft, and it was a bit of a stretch, and I understand it's college, and they don't play at the level of the NFL. It's not at the same speed, but this kid's awareness and play recognition and his first step on reading a play, bro, dude, he's everywhere.
Well, and a positive to that is
he
also
does it all, man.
he played for Notre Dame, and Notre Dame plays against some decent, good schools. So he's played against competition.
Notre Dame, for at least as far as I can remember, for like the last 5 or 6 years, they've been a lot more prominent over these last couple of years than in years past that at least I can remember.
Yeah, they turned their program around.
But I don't know. I think this kid definitely going to be a difference maker day one. I really do. I believe it 100%. You got to look at Baltimore's
defense.
Oh shit! Did I? Wow! I just realized it.
What?
I ended up going over. I wrote down the wrong stat for that one.
Oh.
But I think this kid's really going to be a difference maker. Baltimore's defense overall wasn't that bad last year.
Yeah.
They gave up, I think it was like 84 or 85 rushing yards per game.
Yeah, so they addressed their back end.
Yeah, and plus they also signed what's his face from Marcus Williams from New Orleans in the offseason. No, I was correct. So they gave up 4,700 yards passing, and they gave up 278 per game. So I was correct. I just confused the shit out of myself. But no, so I definitely can see him improving on that. I mean, maybe not like so drastically significant, but I mean, I can definitely see an impact and an improvement day one for sure with this.
I mean, in a division with, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Claypool.
You need a guy like this.
You do. And especially now with Amari Cooper in Cleveland, you need somebody back there who's going to shore up your back end.
Definitely.
So I like that. So who they take second?
They took, with the 45th pick, they took linebacker David Ojabo out of Michigan.
That's not bad.
They gave him a 6.39 prospect grade. He should be an eventual plus starter. 6'5", 250 pounds, 4.55 40 time. 2 years at Michigan, he had 36 tackles and 11 sacks. All but one tackle came last year, so he doesn't really have the experience as other guys coming out of the draft.
One hit wonder again.
I'm not gonna say that, and look, like I said about this other guy, a few weeks ago. I think Aiden Hutchinson's a bust, bro. I really do. I feel it in my gut. He's a bust. And I feel like even though his stats mostly came from last year and he only played 2 years, I feel like he was overshadowed by Hutchinson. You know, and because it's college, those guys that you think are going to be good and the ones that turn into busts, well, they look good in college. Well, yeah, that's because it's fucking college.
Yeah, but that's why I always say I can't trust. This is my problem with the draft.
Hutchinson is so fucking soft, bro. Like, I really do. I just feel like the offensive linemen in the NFL are going to eat him alive.
Well, I thought the same thing about Micah Parsons because he was undersized. So we could be open up to a surprise. But my problem with the draft is, and with college is, I've always said this. Only about 2 to 3 guys on each team realistically can go to the NFL. The rest of them are Joe Schmoes. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, well, this guy he put up 1,500 yards, he had 20 touchdowns. Yeah, all right, well, have him play against fucking, let's see, I don't know, Trayvon Diggs and
Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, against Jalen Ramsey and Trayvon Diggs. They ain't doing that shit.
Shut down Justin Jefferson, shut down Jamar Chase.
You know what I mean? Like
350 yards and 3 touchdowns. You know, like.
So I mean, me and you, we hope the best for these kids. You know, some of them we haven't heard of, some of them we have. You know, but it's not outside the realm that half these guys are all gonna fail.
No, I agree.
You know, and the other half. Put it this way, half of them are not gonna make it. Right, they'll be gone in a couple years. The other half, right, split that in half. So 25% of them are going to be starters, right, and actually play for a while. The other 25 are going to bounce from team to team to team to team to team.
Fluctuate.
Yeah.
Yeah. But back to that linebacker. I think honestly, he could be a difference maker. I'm not saying like immediately show up on a scene and like. Within the first 5 games, he's gonna have 4 sacks or anything like that. But he's just gonna be a good solid piece that they're gonna have as a depth option. That I think he's gonna develop into a full-time starter. Mm-hmm. I think he'll definitely pan out to be a plus player for sure. And overall, I give them, at least for the first 2 rounds, I give them an A for their draft, for their grade. I do.
All right.
Because, like you said, with that division and the weapons in that division, and as good as that run defense was last year, you just shored up your back end and you just helped at least try to keep that run game solidified to where it was. Even if it drops down from 84 yards a game to 101, that's still kind of in the range you want to live in.
Wait a minute. We're talking about Baltimore, right?
Yeah, why?
Didn't Baltimore take Tyler Linderbaum?
I don't.
Yeah, they took the center. They took Tyler Linderbaum.
I'm gonna look that up real quick. But
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think they did, which was also a great pick for them as well.
They did, and yes, and they shored up.
They shored up the line, but my only worry is the wide receiver. They have nobody. Nobody.
Yeah, the Ravens took Linderbaum.
Yeah, so I mean. They did good,
that's a great draft.
For those rounds, I mean, hopefully they drafted a wide receiver a little later. Hopefully he could pan out, but they have to address that immediately.
Yeah. Because
Lamar's gonna be throwing to nobodies.
100%.
Well, I don't imagine him doing a lot of throwing this year anyway.
No, I mean he's probably not going to be throwing 30, 40 times a game. It's probably going to be more anywhere from 15 to 25. I'm not even going to open up the can.
I'm not even opening up that can of worms.
All right.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Not gonna do it. My soul is screaming at me right now to fucking do it, but I don't want to do it. No.
Your gut's usually right, so just.
He's not gonna win nothing. Not a fucking thing. It'd be lucky if they had the same fucking record this year that they had fucking last year. Now, if you got him like Jarvis Landry, Julio Jones, and one of their rookies and shit like that, all right, I can breathe a little bit. All right, but
Yeah, we always get these surprise guys that show up out of nowhere, so we don't know what they really have until we see what they really have. Their receiving core might turn. I'm not saying it's going to be explosive, but it might be better than what we think.
well, their run game better be good because they're getting both of their running backs that tore their ACLs last year, and they're getting back the corners that tore their ACLs as well.
Right.
Baltimore had a rough year last year. I won't take that away.
Yeah.
They had a very rough year, and how they managed pretty well to get through it. I like that backup, Tyler Huntley. I think he could be a starter somewhere else, 100%. The kid's nice. He's not Lamar, but he could play.
He's like another what's his face. He's like a Tyrod Taylor kind of like player.
Yeah. I can see that comparison. So other than that, I mean, an A, that's a little high up there. I go B plus.
Especially because you reminded me that they drafted Linderbaum. These 3 picks, a solid A for sure. Definitely. 100%.
All right, so that's basically their issue. They drafted according to their needs, but their biggest hole in their lineup now is wide receiver because they got rid of Hollywood Brown. He went to Arizona.
Right.
So that's pretty much it. That's what my brain's racking around right now. Literally thinking about it is like next year they have to address it in the draft or trade or something. It has to, and not just one guy. Like if you're gonna get one guy, then in shit fire it better be somebody fucking good like DK Metcalf.
Well, see, that's what I was just gonna kind of enlighten on. Like I think he's gonna be a free agent within another year or two, unless Seattle doesn't lock him up. And yeah, if you're Seattle, of course you'd want to probably lock him up, especially if he produces leading up into his contract year. But you're still in a rebuilding phase, so it's like I don't know if it's smart to allocate funds like that to a receiver. So at least for Baltimore's standpoint, the free agent class in the next 2 years could be looking nice. 2 or 3 years. Plus I like the idea, like I said a few weeks ago. You can always, they're not going to be great guys, but
Well, Jarvis Landry and Julio Jones, like Julio could give you 1 year.
Free agents and shit like that.
Yeah.
There's diamonds in the roughs, not all the time, but I mean they're out there.
Well, I mean,
you just got to do your due diligence when it comes to scouting, and you got to put these kids and these players in the right position to have the best chance to succeed.
Yeah, but all right. Put it this way. Let's think about this real quick. Baltimore's never really drafted wide receivers, like great wide receivers.
They drafted who they have? Torrey Williams or Troy Williams that year?
Torrey Smith.
Yeah, there you go. All right, there you go.
He came from another team.
Did he really?
I think he came from the Niners, if I'm not mistaken. But they never had. Yeah, they've never drafted like a big wide receiver, like a big name wide receiver.
Did
Really.
they draft Anquan Bolden originally?
Nah, he was Arizona, dog.
Originally,
yeah. So, I mean, their teams are respectively built defensive wise, but I think that's an issue. You don't have Ray Lewis in that defense back there anymore. You don't have Suggs and all them, and Ed Reed and all these players. Yeah, now they're rebuilding their defense, and the defense is getting better, but like I wasn't big on Hollywood Brown when they drafted him. Like, all right, he's fast. So is half the NFL. You know what I mean?
a lot of these guys run a mid 4.40, so it's like it's not out of the norm for some guy to be fast. But
Yeah.
can you run your routes? Can you catch the ball?
And that was a little bit of a problem. Hollywood has a problem running his routes.
Oh wow, yeah, you were right. Arizona originally did draft Anquan Bolden, and then he went to Baltimore, San Francisco. and then retired after 2016.
You know what I mean? Like they've never really like. I don't remember a wide receiver on those Raven teams.
You know what? All right.
They had Jacoby Jones, but he was a return specialist.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna do what they always do. They're gonna bring somebody in. That's their best bet. Their draft was fairly pretty good. You know, I wouldn't go A, maybe B plus, maybe B minus.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll jump into the Bengals. So the Bengals pretty much met all their needs in free agency. I mean, pretty much their entire lineup from last year is coming back.
Right.
You know, now being in that division and being in that conference, they know they're going to need some help on the back end to compete. So they went first round, 31st picks. They went Daxton Hill, safety from Michigan, which was a solid pick. I don't have any 6.7 grade thing. I didn't see that on my fucking research. Pretty much
Well,
the way.
I don't mean to cut you off. Sorry, but that's what you were just saying about Baltimore and their receivers. Go back to 2000, the year they won the Super Bowl. These were their three receivers: Quadre Ishmael, Patrick Johnson, and Travis Taylor. Who the fuck is that?
I know who their quarterback was.
No, yeah.
Trent
and I know
Dilfer.
who their tight end was, and I know they had a good line. But I mean, like, really?
They ain't nothing special, bro. They win with
They had
defense.
Jamal Lewis.
So, Daxton Hill, safety, good pick. A trade with Buffalo. From Buffalo via Tampa, they drafted another safety, Cam Taylor-Britt, out of Nebraska. Third round, Zachary Carter, a defensive tackle, Florida. Fourth round, 136, Cordell Volson, an outside lineman, North Dakota State. Round 5, pick 166, Tyson Anderson, a safety from Toledo. Holy Toledo, they like safeties. That's 3 fucking safeties.
Right.
Round 7, pick 252, Jeffrey Gunter, a defensive end. So they went out for what their needs were. They needed somebody to complement fucking Hendrickson. So they got Zachary Carter. Hopefully he can develop. Usually third rounders don't start, but hopefully he could fit into the rotation and help, and maybe he blossoms. I do like the first 2 picks, the safeties, especially being in that conference. With all, every team's loaded up now. The whole fucking AFC West is a playoff fucking bracket itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're dealing with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and these guys, in Claypool in your division. So, I like it. I would have liked the second pick to actually been the defensive tackle or an edge rusher.
Okay.
So that's what kind of like. That's what kind of like keels me from going high on them. So I just went a C, a solid C.
There still probably was a solid draft. Granted, we don't know who most of these kids are, but
yeah, I mean, but like we'll find out. But like we said, 50, see ya, 25, pick of the litter, then 25. All right, you stay and play. So
yeah.
We don't know. It depends on how they're coached up and how they perform. But like I said before, the Bengals addressed majority of their needs in free agency, and they're pretty much their entire team is coming back from last year.
They're basically set.
Yeah, so it wasn't. So that's why I gave them a C in that aspect too. Is like you guys did your due diligence already before the draft. So now you're adding some younger players, see if they can come up, see if they can, compete and be a part of your system.
Right.
That's fantastic. But
I like what they're doing in Cincinnati. I really do.
yes, I do. I agree. I like what they're doing as well in Cincinnati. Wasn't expecting that last year.
Not that fast.
But I didn't hate it.
No.
It wasn't like they were...
It was a sight for sore eyes, I tell you that.
Sight for sore eyes, but it wasn't like it was a fluke. No, it wasn't like they sucked, and then it wasn't like they were like the 7-9 Seahawks back in the 2000s that knocked off the Saints at 12-5, and then the next week they get a fucking candle shoved up their ass, and then they're out of there.
Yeah.
I knew they were for real when they beat Kansas City. That's the moment I knew. I was like, all right, they're gonna win this division, and they're gonna see Kansas City again. And they're going to beat Kansas City again. And they did. And both times they beat them, I wouldn't say handily, but they beat
them by a nice margin.
Well, the first game of the regular season, I think they won by a field goal, if I'm not mistaken, or a late second touchdown. But minus Joe getting sacked all those times, and a little bit of their defensive line not getting to the quarterback quite enough, they're a really good team. So like you said, didn't expect it that fast, but now I expect it though.
Maybe not right away this year, but I mean, within the next 3 years, I expect them to get back there again.
Yeah. Yes. And now if they can find, like, say this Zachary Carter, defensive tackle, he actually helps,
Yeah.
And he becomes like a starter, or a starter for your defensive tackle. Yes, you need another edge to go with Trey, but now you may start getting to the quarterback a little bit more,
Yeah.
Which would shore up your back end. Your back end guys don't need to play so passive. They can play more aggressive now because they know you're going to be there.
They know they're protected.
Yes. So, maybe a C+. But that's as far as I'm going because their needs weren't that much of needs,
Yeah.
So they could have went up there and they could have did write-in names, They could have just, all right, this guy won Carlito II out of Mexico. Well, what school he played for? He didn't play for no school, but he can run like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear Pittsburgh.
Okay, so Pittsburgh, with the 20th pick in the first round, they took quarterback Kenny Pickett. He was given a 6.4 prospect grade. They think that projects him to be a good starter within the first 2 years, or right at the 2-year mark. 6'3", 217 pounds. He had a 4.73 40 time. He had good numbers. He had, 5 years at Pittsburgh. He had over 1,000 completions, 1,600 attempts, a 62% completion percentage, over 12,000 yards, 81 touchdowns, 32 interceptions.
Tiny hands.
1.6 QBR. Huh?
Tiny hands.
No, I get that.
He got like the hands from like Deadpool. Remember when he lost his arm and the little baby hand?
Yeah.
He got hands like the guy from Scary Movie 2.
Yeah, it's
my germs.
My germs.
He says some people like to baste their turkeys. I don't. I just lick it. He said I don't even know what that is, but I'm gonna lick it anyway.
Oh man.
Look, I wasn't mad at the Pickett pick. Why so early? That fucker was gonna be there later.
You can't guarantee that. I mean, look, there were other teams that needed a quarterback, or maybe weren't so needy of a quarterback, and they were willing to wait until the later rounds. Well, I read some articles where they said this kid was supposed to go in the 6th round. So even if he didn't go in the 1st, I don't think he would have went in the 6th. He probably would have went in the 3rd or the 4th round. But
I think second or third.
I got a funny feeling that you and a lot of people that said, he's going to be a later round draft pick and, he's small hands and everything. I really feel like y'all are all going to be eating your words one day. I'm not saying he's going to be, like...
Hey, if he balls out...
No, but I'm saying I don't think he's going to be one of those guys that within 5 years you're going to add him into that elite category, but he's going to kind of be like...
Put it this way.
He's going to kind of be like a Phillip Rivers kind of thing. Because it's like, you can kind of consider Phillip elite, but you could also consider him kind of pedestrian.
I wouldn't, don't do that.
No,
Don't. Don't do that.
I consider him elite, but other people, they might not see that. But when I try to compare him to a guard that's kind of on the fritz, he was the first name that came to my mind. So that's why I'm like, he's not going to be elite level, but he's going to be, okay, Matthew Stafford. Even though prior to the Super Bowl, he was a good quarterback. Not elite, but he was a good quarterback.
Well, we had that argument,
but
winning that Super Bowl makes him elite now.
I mean, he also had great pieces around him, too.
He had great pieces around him in Detroit, for God's sakes. He had fucking Calvin Johnson.
That's one piece.
Dog, that's arguably the best wide receiver, or one of the three best wide receivers ever.
No offensive line, no running.
Dog, you don't need that when you have Calvin. You just chuck the ball up.
You can't throw the ball 60 times a game, D.
I 100% agree. But that's what... Alright, so... Matt was so good that he played for such a piece of shit team, it affected actually how people looked at him.
It did.
So, I wasn't surprised to see him win a Super Bowl.
I kind of was, honestly.
In the first year. Leaving? Yeah, that surprised me. But it wouldn't surprise me if they won again this year. You know, with him at quarterback.
It's hard to repeat, so we'll see how things go into play, but that's...
Hey, you know those cocksuckers, they're still loading the fucking... They're still loading the fucking gun.
Yes, they absolutely reloaded and they're ready to go. But...
And I have a feeling, off topic, they're going to nab Odell again. And they're going to nab him for cheap.
Who?
Odell. Excuse me. Guarantee it. Nobody's going to touch Odell just because of the headache.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're gonna get like kind of like a.
They're gonna get him. They're gonna get that motherfucker for a discount.
Yeah.
Cause you know the Rams have been like, yo, no one wants you. We got an okay deal for you. You know what I mean? But like, just come back. Let's win another one. All right, fuck you. Know what I mean?
I might as well.
Might as well.
You know what? It's LA. Why not?
All right. So who else did Pittsburgh pick?
But honestly, I thought that was a good pick for them. Not a great pick, but good. So, with their next pick in the second round, they chose to go with wide receiver George Pickens out of Georgia. They gave him a 6.23 prospect grade, an eventual average starter. 6'3", 200 pounds, 4.47 40 time. You know, fairly, I guess.
Yeah. But when it comes to wide receivers, I don't even when Pittsburgh drafts a wide receiver, I just immediately go, okay, that guy's gonna be a fucking number one target.
I mean, yeah, maybe. But
Dog, they haven't missed on a wide receiver in I think 40 years.
And I won't argue that, but you gotta look into like the crystal ball of this team. Okay, you're definitely almost most likely gonna give Trubisky all the snaps. Unless he plays so bad or he gets hurt, you're going to give him the bulk of the snaps. Either way, you have to protect him or pick whoever is going to get the ball.
I say because you know
they should have addressed other needs on that team to solidify and build the team. This way, you know, in 2 or 3 years, you know, whether it's fucking Pickett or somebody else or whatever, that team is in a better position to win. Granted, they made the playoffs last year, but like I said a few weeks ago, I just don't know if I don't know what fucking Tomlin's really going to be able to get out of that defense again. You know, and the fact that, like I've said, just because Ben looked like shit, you still have to respect his game knowledge. Without that, and without addressing other needs, I'm not saying, look, I didn't look at their later round picks, but with the first 2 picks, the second you took a fucking receiver, and you took the fucking quarterback with the 20th pick in the first round, it's a head scratcher for me. It really was.
Yeah, but I think if you had look up the rest of their picks.
All right.
Yeah, just Google, you know, their picks, because that's pretty much right there. I went to Google, copy and pasted, you know, put it up, and then did some like a little research on like a couple like the early round players, right? Because in my opinion, and no disrespect to these kids, anybody that's coming after the third round, you're a project. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Third
so
rounders
in
are
the
like
third
right
round-
there.
Yeah. So in the third round, they went with the defensive tackle, DeMarvin Lee out of Texas Tech.
All right.
And the fourth, see, like, okay, so what the fuck? They went with another receiver in the fourth round, Calvin Austin out of Memphis. And then they went with a tight end, a linebacker, and then another fucking quarterback. Like,
Well, don't forget.
after that head scratcher of a dread, because it's like,
Yeah, but don't forget they probably
that second receiver they drafted should have at least been an O-lineman.
Yeah, but don't penalize him for that quarterback just because, like, you know, God rest his soul, they wouldn't have drafted that quarterback if Dwayne Haskins was still alive. So that quarterback room would probably be Trubisky, Pickett, and Haskins. You know what I mean? They would have used a different pick. But you need depth because say if Trubisky gets hurt, right? And you throw fucking, small hands out there. You throw small hands out there, he gets hurt with his small ass hands. You got to have somebody there.
I'm sorry, I didn't even know Dwayne Haskins died. You said that, I agreed, and in my head, I'm like, wait, I didn't even fucking know he died.
Yeah, he got killed. He got clipped on a highway.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Shit.
Yeah, that's sad, man. Very young. Very sad.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is, I don't think Pittsburgh would have went with fucking Pickett.
Yeah.
I think they would have let it ride with Trubisky, right? While Tomlin was bringing up fucking Haskins, and I think Haskins probably would have stole the job from him, man. Ron Rivera didn't give fucking Haskins not one fucking chance. He gave him like one chance and then pulled his ass, and we never seen Haskins again, almost pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And like he played for a D1 Tier 1 school, Ohio State. He sees competition, and he performed very well in college. He just needed somebody to give him a chance. And I was actually upset with Ron Rivera for not doing that. You give Cam a fucking chance, but you don't give him a fucking chance.
Well, Kansas is a Super Bowl. He led the Panthers to the Super Bowl, so yeah.
Look, Cam was fire for those couple years. After that Super Bowl, his whole entire career hit the shitter. Right into the toilet.
Yeah.
Now, granted, like a lot of people will say, like, Cam Newton was the AI of football in his time era when he played, which he was. He played hurt all the time. Ankles, knees, didn't matter. Right? But once that shoulder got hurt, his shoulder was never the same. And he couldn't throw as far anymore. And accurately. Right? Yeah, he could run around the field. He could do those little QB sneaks. I mean, look. If Bill sees something and he signs you, barring COVID in that season, Patriots actually make the playoffs. And Bill was running a 19-40 style offense.
Yeah, they definitely still would have made the playoffs that year. I agree with that.
I mean, so in the right system, Cam was serviceable. Right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, so they actually drafted, the Ravens actually drafted Linderbaum before that linebacker.
Yeah, he was the first pick. Linderbaum was their first pick.
He was the 25th pick in the first round. But,
I remember that because I wanted Dallas to take him, remember? And I was pissed because the name was Tyler Williams.
And you went like this, yes!
I went, yeah! Oh!
What the fuck, man?
No, that was funny. That was funny. I mean, their defense was okay last year. I think their offense just being so bad, respectfully, outside their run game. Najee Harris was fire. Rookie year, putting up like 1,400 yards. Hit a fire year as a rookie. Right. So you have a run game. You got rid of your problem, which was Big Ben. I'm sorry, respects
No,
Big Ben.
it was.
Great career.
He had a great career.
Last season was just, it was painful to watch.
It was.
And then they made the playoffs, where it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Honestly, you gotta chuck that up to Cleveland, because that should have been Cleveland's spot. Pittsburgh shouldn't have been there. They played.
No, it wasn't Cleveland. It was
Didn't they beat Cleveland at the end of the year?
it was the Chargers. Cleveland was done.
Oh, that's right, because it came down to
The Raiders and the Chargers.
That last game, week 17.
Yeah, if they had tied, they both went to the playoffs.
Right, I remember.
The winner of that went, and if Pittsburgh won, they went. And they did. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, can we just... Like, everybody's bitching and complaining about Tom Brady getting, being an announcer next year, right?
I heard about that. He's going to get mega bucks for it.
Yeah, you're $310 million waiting for him. As soon as he walked... Yeah.
That's how much the deal was worth?
$375, 10-year deal.
I swear I'm going to make it up. As long as he's not announcing for a team that I like or Minnesota, I don't care to want to listen to that guy.
A lot of people said the same thing about Tony Romo. And Tony Romo is awesome.
He is. I like Tony Romo.
So you may turn around, you may like Tom. Give him a shot, At least he's not on the fucking field anymore, Danny. Yeah, like Peter Rosenberg from Hot 97, who fucking goes over to 98.7 for the Michael K show. Yeah. He turns around and goes, I'm just tired of seeing this guy's face. Dude, you're a Washington Redskins fan. What do you mean you're tired of his face? You never seen his fucking face because you were never in the fucking playoffs to see his fucking face in the first place. What, one time in Tampa?
Yeah.
Because you guys got lucky because everybody else in the division shit the fucking bed that year? Like, I just idioticness. Oh, I'm tired of seeing him. I'm tired of this. Look, we bitch about the Stephen Currys and shit like that, right? But we'll never say these players aren't great. LeBron is a great player.
Unfortunately, yes.
Tom Brady is a great player. So
Yeah.
we're hating on him because he's getting money? And this is what pissed me off. I'm going to do the math right now on my phone for this. But he turned around and he goes, he is one of the most selfish players or people I've ever met. So over 23 years, right? He'll accumulate $313 million, right? Right? Divided by 23. It's $13 million a year. Okay? Average. How is he selfish when years and years in New England he took pay cuts so they can keep guys?
He didn't get mega bucks in New England.
No.
No mega deals for Tom Brady ever.
Exactly. So how is he selfish? You know what's selfish? That cocksucker right there on my wall. I want 160 million. What have you done for me?
Yeah.
That's selfish. Because if we didn't sign him to all that fucking money, we would have probably kept Amari Cooper. And kept some guys. So that's on that cocksucker right there, everybody. If you see that Dallas Cowboy, that motherfucker right there. That's selfish. For your career average, you play 23 years. And it comes down to 13 mil average a year. You're the most unselfish fucking quarterback I have ever met. Because I know Kyler Murray's been... How long has Kyler Murray been in the fucking league?
10 years, maybe?
No, Kyler Murray.
I don't know, 4 years?
Maybe at the most, maybe 3.
3
Right?
or 4 years?
He has yet to win a playoff game.
Yeah.
He had the balls to write a memo to the world. I want more money. You want more money? Well, how about win a ring? We can talk.
Not even a ring. How about the way you start a season and you're like 10-1 or 10-2, how about you actually, instead of totally like collapsing and finishing like 10-5, kind of barely making the
And
playoffs,
shit in the bed.
how about you finish better and get like a 1 or 2 seed, and then maybe we can at least talk. And then if you win a playoff game, then okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you more. I might not give you what you're gonna ask, but I'll give you a raise for sure.
Oh yeah, I'll give you a raise, but there's no way you're getting the equivalent of like. I mean, they break it down cheap. Oh, he's getting 35 mil, dog. But the contract hits differently. So yeah, 35 mil this year, but then next year it's the 35 mil plus the signing bonus, which attaches to the cap.
Which is like another fucking 10 or 15 million.
Exactly. Look,
Yep.
you're good, but you haven't won anything.
Not yet. Nope.
Not yet. I'll give you that. Not yet. Granted,
I
please.
think you will. I do.
But
I think they'll win something before Lamar does.
yeah, because he's more of a passing quarterback, and they have the system in place. Well, I wouldn't say offensive system, because I don't know for the life of me. You have CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, and you have your linemen running out routes. Linemen, Danny. Linemen running out routes out of the backfield. All right. That's another story for another day.
I also feel like he needs to be in a better system.
Yeah, offensively. The defense is fine. Defense is going to fire. It's going to be better than it was last year. I'll tell you that.
I think it'll kind of be the same. I don't know if it'll be better.
All right, but I'm okay with it being the same.
I mean, look at how you started and how you finished, so you're okay with that.
I would say
I don't know.
defensively, I'm okay with that. Offensively, we lost. Look, I wasn't a big Amari Cooper fan, but he's a good wide receiver. He's a top 20 wide receiver in the league. That's just period. You can't fight that.
No, absolutely.
And me and my cousin, I said it when Dak signed for all that money. Well, they better win it within this year or the next year, because after that, we're not going to have enough money to afford everybody.
Yeah.
And it's already starting, so. So, what grade would you give Pittsburgh? C minus?
A C.
A C? All right, that's generous.
I mean, because I like their first pick, even though I don't know where else, what other direction they could have went, because I know, they really need to address a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was alright. I would have preferred, I know they're good at, like you said, they're good at drafting receivers, but I just would have liked them to take another lineman instead of that second receiver. It's just.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that, because a lineman helps the future guy.
Whoever it is.
So I wouldn't have been mad if they went lineman first pick, and then snagged that wide receiver that they got in the second round. I wouldn't have hated that at all.
They could have had Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a good pick too.
Yeah, it is. Tyler Linderbaum and the wide receiver, just a lineman in general. I mean, all right, I don't hate the Kenny Pickett pick. Just first round?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't agree with
And
that.
then if they had went someone else with the first pick, they could have definitely picked up one of those other guys in the later round.
Yeah.
And they probably didn't see them as good as Pickett. But still, you have Trubisky this year, and you have to try to develop this guy.
Well, it's make or break for Trubisky. This is his career.
Yeah.
Literally, this is his career. It's either you're gonna stamp yourself as Pittsburgh's new guy,
I agree. Yep.
or you're gonna be a backup for the rest of your career. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
You're not Ryan Tannehill. When Tannehill's gotten his shot, he's shown up. He's not the best quarterback, but he gets the job done.
In the regular season. I'm sorry. And I like him, but he's just.
Yo, I love how you just slid that in there. You're like, yep.
Because it's true. It's true, though.
It is.
I mean, look at that playoff game last year.
Cincinnati I think the fact that Derrick Henry
I'm
really
not
went
just
there.
talking about who they played. I'm just talking about how he's played when it comes to playoff games. Doesn't look good in the playoffs. How many times have we seen him throw at least 2 picks? And then he tries to do a little something late to get the team back in it, but he can't, or it's not enough, and then that's it.
You're right. I can't even fight you. I can't even. You had Julio Jones and A.J. Brown this year. I mean, granted, Henry was hurt. No, Henry was hurt for the majority of the year.
He came back for the playoffs, so you had him for the playoff game.
Yeah, but you know that's not right. You know that's a rushed. You know.
Yeah, but I mean, you still should like. I don't know. I feel like even like you said with Embiid, I'd rather have half of an Embiid than not have him at all. You know. I'd rather have Henry than not have Henry, because then at least, okay, if I can't use him as a 1 through 3 down back, okay, if I get into the red zone, bro, everything you got, get into the end zone.
Yeah. All right. So let's move on to Cleveland. Since they just played frisbee with their first and second round picks and just these cocksuckers ended up with 3 rounds, 2 4 rounds, 1 5, 1 6, and 2 7s. So they need help in the backfield, just in general, playing in the AFC.
Yeah.
With their first pick, number 68, Martin Emerson, cornerback from Mississippi State. He should be a day 1 starter. He may have a little hiccup adjusting, but I think he should do fine. Then they went with the number 78 pick. They went Alex Wright, a defensive end at a UAB. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Round 3, number 99, David Bell, wide receiver, Purdue. I like it. What just worries me about a wide receiver playing at Purdue is, who did you play against?
Yeah. Because I think Purdue, that's the ACC, I think. So it's like outside of Virginia and maybe Pittsburgh on a given year, or Louisville, who are you really playing?
Exactly. I mean, but wide receiver is a little different. It depends on your length and how you run your routes and stuff like that. So you could be playing against garbage people, but you're still, sharp and crisp.
Yeah.
I like that pick. Just from, letting go of Jarvis and now adding Amari. Round 4, pick 108, Perion Winfrey, defensive tackle at Oklahoma. I heard about him that he was supposed to be a little higher, but just fell. I like it. Oklahoma, young guy. Hopefully he can alleviate some pressure off of Myles Garrett and create a presence in the middle for them. Then they went kicker with the 124th pick out of LSU, Cade York. Hey, the Bengals made out like bandits. They didn't look like fools when they drafted that kid McPherson. So, let's see. If he starts shanking kicks week 1, you're a fucking moron. But if the kid's money from like 50 yards every time, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Round 5, with the 156th pick, Jerome Ford, running back, Cincinnati. I get it. Get younger, running back. Get somebody in there. See if he's got something.
Yeah.
Maybe to complement Mixon, or maybe take over after Mixon. So I'm not mad at that pick. Running backs are just not the smart thing anymore in those first 2 rounds, maybe 3 rounds. They start, which is so weird. I guess what would really reset that whole thing was that, remember those years of Darren McFadden, Trent Richardson, and all these guys that were just fucking. Well, Darren McFadden wasn't a complete thud.
No.
Injuries, when he went to Dallas, he showed he was a good enough back to play.
He was. He was serviceable for a couple of years.
Yeah, he was. He was good.
I
But
mean, yeah, he had that one good year in Dallas where he put up, what, 1,600 yards?
yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think he had about 2 good years in Dallas. But that was at the peak of Dallas's line, where it's literally you could have threw your grandmother back there and she would have averaged 4 yards.
Yeah.
But I like that pick. Then in round 6 with the 202nd pick, they picked Michael Woods II, a wide receiver out of Oklahoma. I like it. You know, just get some new fresh blood in there at wide receiver.
Yeah.
You know, see if these guys can amount to something. You're gonna have Amari there, so you're just hoping for one of these guys to be something. Then they go into the 7th round with the 223rd pick, Isaiah Thomas, defensive end at Oklahoma. So they're trying to get guys to help in any way possible on that line.
We're just trying to add wherever they can to that team to make it better, wherever they can and however they can.
Now, I think this is a sneaky fucking pick. And I have a feeling about this guy. Now, it's not because he's from Texas Tech, but I've noticed Texas Tech has gotten significantly better these past years. And I'm talking about in a chunk of 5 and 7 years. They've gotten better. Better coach, playing against better competition. So they selected Dawson Deaton, a center from Texas Tech. I don't think this year, but next year, watch out. He'll be their starting center. That's my call. The 7th round pick is about to be, in the next 2 years, he's going to be their starting center. He's got some things to clean up on, but that's a major piece in Texas Tech's success this year.
The offensive line.
Yeah, so, and the center is at the focal point of it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, definitely.
I gave them a C+, just because they had so many picks. You know, to get three round 3 picks, they're not, round 3 isn't the best round, but it's still better than 4, 5, and 6. You know,
Absolutely.
any like from 4 on, it's literally a project because you have, you do a couple things well, but you do a couple things wrong. Where like, in my opinion, 2nd round is a guy who you just wanted, in your system, that you like the way he'll play in your system. And usually, for the most part, they kind of pan out for you. Maybe they're there for a couple years, then you let them go. Right? So, those 3 picks in the 1st round, I like them. Not the 1st round, the 3rd round. Then the 4th pick, I like. The 5th, it was appropriate. They need wide receivers. They need defensive ends. They needed... the center is a long shot. I'm just taking my gamble on that. But this all relies on Deshaun Watson.
He really does. He's the X factor.
Yeah.
He's your Terminator. He's the guy that's gonna. He's your general. I think. Now it's gonna. I've never been. Obviously, I'm not a Cleveland fan. I mean, I've never really been against them. But I think if it clicks for them, it's gonna be fun to watch them. It really is.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be fun to watch, but I don't think they're there yet. I think they're gonna trade.
Watson's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, but they're gonna trade Baker, which is gonna bring some potential assets to them, regardless of what it is, picks, players. So I think once they move him, they'll get their compensation and be able to wipe their hands and then move along. I think as long as Baker's still there, regardless of how excited and the players that they've acquired and everything they've got, that still looms over their shoulder.
Yeah.
Because now I suspect Baker to, fuck you guys, I ain't playing. I'll sit at home. Right? And now, let's just say Deshaun has 3 bad games. Like bad games. And they lose. The media. Well,
Baker would have played a little bit better than that. You know what I mean? He may have lost one game, but not all three of them.
I mean, at that point, if that happens, the dogs will definitely be barking for sure.
Exactly. So I suspect them to move him before training camp starts. It's Cleveland though.
Yeah, but you're gonna need someone to back him up if he gets hurt.
Baker ain't
So-
doing that. Baker ain't doing that. Baker's already said, "Fuck you."
I'm not saying Baker needs to be that guy, but I'm saying then who becomes the backup then? Because then the backup becomes an important role. Because then if Deshaun gets hurt, you need someone that can somewhat maybe at least keep the ship afloat and coast into the playoffs maybe.
Now, before we segue out of this into our other segments. Now, Baker's already... Now, he didn't realistically, fuck you guys, but in so many intellectual words that he had in his interviews.
He said, fuck you, Cleveland. Oh, this is all right.
You disrespected me.
Great. He didn't play the greatest or the best. He wasn't horrible.
I'm trying to put this in the most logical way I can, that my mind computes this. Nobody wants to go to the New York Knicks. Right?
Yeah.
It's just dysfunctional.
It's like who wants to go play for the Jets or the Giants?
Well, the Jets is a different story now.
Maybe more so the Giants than
Okay.
the Jets.
But right now, who wants to play for the Giants or the Knicks, right? You just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
So, but what's the allure of going there if you're great? This city loves you, right? Now they're going to be hard on you.
A legend and a legacy in that city.
Exactly. Now, Cleveland has been known to just not get their ship right ever since Bill left. When they sold the team and then they rebought the team, right? They haven't been the same since.
Yeah.
Now, they've had some success in their draft, and now they've finally looked like they've gotten their ship above water.
For the most part.
Right? And I came here. I didn't, I went through the whole, because I watched him on Hard Knocks. He went through the whole rigmarole of, their tradition is you got to buy an RV for the quarterbacks to chill in the quarterback room and shit like that. So he went through all that, bought an RV, went through the whole rigmarole. Stood by you, stayed there, didn't ask for billions of dollars and shit like that to break your bank, and you pulled a rug on him like that. Now I know he's not going to play. My advice to Baker, who the fuck am I? This is just if I was, say, somebody close to him or his father, just whatever it is.
This would be yeah.
Just go play. If Deshaun's suspended, just go play. Okay? Don't say nothing to the media. Just go play and let your film speak for itself. Because when he comes back, you obviously know what's going to happen. And just accept that. If you're still there for the remainder of that season or whatever, just tough it out. And then you'll find a place because your tape will show it. And then everybody's going to have a different look on you.
Yeah.
You just kept your mouth shut. When everything happened, you initially voiced your displeasure, which he had a right to, right?
Well, for the most part, since then, he's kept, like you said, he has kept his mouth shut.
Exactly. So you would be looked at like I kept my mouth shut. I went into the locker room. I did my thing. I gave the organization everything I had. I did what was asked of me. I just want to play ball, and I guarantee you, Seattle, somebody's gonna come running. Because they're going to see that and be like, I want that fucking guy. Here's a guy who's been thrown underneath the bus, right? Literally ran the fuck over and then reversed back on and then hit the fucking gas again. He's like, you know what? Let's just play ball.
I'm glad, you just gave me an idea. Because remember, we were talking last night, we were going over everything before today. And I had to change my my third lover. I hate it because we had discussed that it wasn't relevant to how we were gonna do that segment.
Yeah.
You just gave me the third one.
What's that?
So.
Well, all right. Well, we're launching right into it. You know, it's hate it or love it time. Hate it or love it time. Hate it or love it. The underdog's on top. I'm on shine on and it holds up. All right, I'll pop off this week.
All right.
Hate it or love it, Danny. MLB games played internationally.
How many? Or in general, like they do in England. In general, like the 1 or 2 in England, I'm okay with. If you are going to start doing more, I'm not down for that.
What about-
Because now you're really taking home field advantage away from both teams officially. One for sure, but now you're putting 2 teams in a foreign environment.
All right. What if it's one series a year? Just one series.
What do you mean, like?
You know, one series, 1 3-game series. You know, throw the Mets and the Angels.
Because I feel it's the same way with football. It's like, you know, when you have the 1 or 2 games now, that's fine. You know, like.
But the funniest thing is
In baseball, if you had one series, that's okay.
yeah,
But if it gets like how sometimes the Mets would go down and play the Expos in Puerto Rico once every, here and there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Okay, that's fine. But if you get more excessive with it, you really are taking away the home field advantage from either team or both teams, regardless of the sport.
well, at that point, then I understand.
So then what are we doing here then?
No, I understand the money's there for any
Knock down
sport.
the stadiums and let them start playing in fucking England. And if you're gonna fucking do that,
Well, the point I was trying to get to is, for every sport, you're still getting paid. You know what I mean? It's a grasp at a bag. You're still gonna get paid. You know. But at that point, if we're gonna start, moving 20, 30 games over there, all right, then let these cocksuckers make their own team then.
Like we talked about, and you at first even said, oh, I don't know if they'd be good or competitive, but then a few weeks after that, you guys brought it up again, actually, I looked into it, or I thought about it some more, and actually, they might actually be a good team with the undrafted free agents and all that stuff that would be available.
Yeah.
And having first come, first serve with free agents before any other team, because they're a new team.
Yeah. But that's the year one, and then, they go from there.
Right.
But at that point, so you hate it, right?
I hate past the initial 1 or 2 games like they do in the NFL, or like how the Mets would go down to Puerto Rico, past the one series or the initial 1 or 2 games, anything more than that, yes, I hate.
All right.
So.
All right, you're up.
All right, hate it or love it. The John Morant beats Trae Young in a 1-on-1.
100%. 100%. I love it. He's too physical. I mean, Trey is ice cold. You know what I mean? But I don't know. John Morant be making posters. I ain't never seen Trey make a poster besides his ball spot like George Costanza. Other than that, you know what I mean? It's just gonna be Hawk City.
Yeah, I like it too. Definitely, I agree.
All right, hate it or love it, Danny. Dallas opens up their gates for a second team in the NFL.
So, meaning to allow an expansion team to.
Yep, be out of Dallas.
I like it.
I fucking hate you.
I got no problem with it because I'm sitting there like, I don't give a fuck. Why not? The fuck?
I wouldn't mind if it was San Antonio. I don't care if you play out the same state. You ain't getting my city. You ain't getting my. That's Cowboy City. You better back the fuck up. We've been Dallas for so long. We don't even play in Dallas. We play in Irvington. We own Irvington, Arlington, and Dallas. Go to San Antonio. Go somewhere else. Don't fucking come around here. Yeah, go to Houston. Say the fuck out. I hated it. When I heard it, I said, "Oh, you better not."
That's funny.
Because that's the Cowboys' luck right there. They'll get the expansion team.
And
It'll
the
be the-
expansion team wins the championship.
Yup, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me?
So it's like a bittersweet victory for Dallas.
No, it's not. That ain't shit. That is
No,
a that is.
not for you, but for Dallas in general, it would be a bittersweet victory because the Dallas team won, but it wasn't the
Cowboys.
I like that. Yeah, definitely. That's funny.
Fuck you, you son of a bitch.
I like that.
All right, it's on you.
Hate it or love it. Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are the new Monday Night Football announcers.
Oh, I fucking love it.
I figured you'd hate it because you're not a fan of Troy Aikman.
No. Why I love it is because Dallas plays about every team plays one Monday night game. Okay.
Yeah.
Now beforehand, them being Fox, Dallas always plays on Fox. We ever rarely play on what was it, NBC or ABC? Whatever one of them. Or CBS. We ever rarely play on CBS. The only time we play on CBS if we're playing a West Coast team.
Yeah.
All the time we play on the East Coast, it's a Fox game.
Right.
So that's almost half our games. And I don't know if you know, and if our viewers know, just go Google what the Cowboys' record is when Troy Buck, Troy Aikman and whatever. I'm just Troy Buck. That's who they fucking are.
Yeah.
They're one entity. Those cocksuckers, Troy Buck, right? When Troy and Buck commentate the games, we lose. We lose unless we're playing like somebody who just
Like Jacksonville or something.
exactly. You know, but other than that, we lose, and we lose painfully.
Bad.
Painfully.
Yeah.
And what I mean by painfully is the catch. Then the other Green Bay game where fucking Jared Cook catches the ball and slides and gets in bounds, and they kick a field goal to beat us. It's not good. So for them to move from half our games to one game, oh, let's go. Let's fucking go. I fucking love it.
Alright.
All right, hate it or love it, Danny. The NBA should expand the play-in tournament.
How many more teams?
2 more.
2 more on each conference? I mean, like East and West?
Yeah.
You know, I like it because, like I told you the other day, you know, I haven't watched too much basketball in the last couple of years, but I have been following this playoffs a lot, very closely, and I've watched a lot of the games, and I'm starting to see myself getting back into it. So I'm not against it. I'm not. You know, it at least it's going to give other teams a chance. You know, so even if you know now the fucking 12th seed is going to make it into the playoffs, now number 12 is playing fucking number 1. Yeah,
No.
that's not a good matchup on
No.
paper.
The way the play-in works is
Or whatever it worked, but like, you know, so at that last, so originally it was the first 8.
yeah. Now it's
6 to 10, right?
yeah. No. Now it's top 6 automatically in.
Okay.
7 through 10 play each other, and then it breaks its way down into the bracket.
Okay, so if you're extending 2 more, now it's going to be 12 on each
Yeah.
side. So what I'm saying is if that 12th seed team makes it into that Eastern Conference or Western Conference first round and plays the number 1 seeded team, on paper that looks really bad and it doesn't sound exciting. But what if that seeded 12 team fucking boosts to number 1? Oh, that's fucking crazy then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think because it's only more revenue for the NBA,
Of course.
right? And the way they have the play-in tournament works perfectly now, right? But the way you add those 2 teams in is like, so 7 plays 12. No. So 7 and 8 essentially would get a first round bye in the play-in, right? 9 plays.
Now with that, we're talking about team getting a first round bye in the play-in.
Yeah, but exactly. So the reason why I'm saying that because it has to work for the math of it. So 1 through 6 gets a bye on each conference. They're getting a bye until the play-in is decided. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
right?
Yeah.
So it's a benefit for your 1 through 6. You 1 through 6
you
get,
get a little extra time.
you get a little extra time,
Yeah.
right? So 7, 8 get that bye, right? And it's only like a 1-day bye
Yeah.
because 9's gonna play 12 and 10's gonna play 11. That's a 1-game elimination.
Yeah.
Done, right?
Okay.
They're done, and now the play-in begins the way it did this year.
So the two that lose were the two that you added, but they're not getting that consolation game because once they get the boot, that's it. And then, like you said, now you're really starting that.
Yep.
Like for example, those games that you just said is like that play like that wild card game in baseball. The two wild card teams play. The one gets the boot, the other one
Then you
gets
get into
in,
the
and that's when it's really
Yeah, now it's based on series now.
I like that. I do. I'm down with that. I definitely am.
All right, your turn.
All right, so and I don't. At first, I don't even know if I initially hate it or love it. I don't even know if I'm initially against it or not. But when you said what you said before, it clicked on me because I thought about the new regime. I thought about just what they're trying to build there. Minnesota goes after Baker next year. Because after this year, they see what they have. This year, it's like, okay, we know we have, yes, Kirk is still going to have one more year, but it's like,
Yeah, but
I'm not saying,
yeah, but you have an option on that year.
okay, so that there's an option they can, and,
He's young. He's very significant.
or they can maybe trade him.
Oh yeah, trade Kurt for Baker just for Kirk to back up fucking Deshaun, or something of that nature.
At this point, I don't think Kirk's going to accept the backup role, just like Baker's not going to accept the
Doug,
backup.
it's not your fucking option. I
No,
cut your
I
option.
understand that.
I opted out. Look, I can send you someplace, right, of your choosing, or if you're just gonna be salty, I'll send you whoever gives me the best deal. Doug, I don't give a fuck about your feelings anymore. I just opted out. That means fuck you. You go somewhere else.
So if you can trade Kirk, what you get in return for him as far as draft picks, take those with what you have and try to package that for Baker.
Quick update. Boston is up 99-95 in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes left.
Number 4, nice. Let's go Milwaukee. So yeah, like I said,
I love it.
You say if you hate it or love it, like I said, I don't even know if I hate it or love it. I don't even know if I'm fully for it. But I mean, like for some reason, when you said that, and you said, "Oh, Seattle or whoever's going to come home," for some reason, Minnesota just clicked in my head, and I knew their quarterback situation with Kirk and everything, but I'm like, I don't know, the new regime, new GM,
Hey, I mean, not for nothing. Sometimes, and we know this, sometimes just a new change of scenery makes
really
all
good.
the difference.
Yep.
You know?
100%.
So, with that being a factor, I love it. I really do. I like Baker. Sometimes, like his one big thing is just stupid throws.
And me, I've never been the biggest fan of him, so that's where it's kind of like, I don't know where I really sit with this, but for some reason it clicked in my head when you said that, and I'm like...
Well, like, if it goes down like that, because then you see something. You see, like, look, you're big, you're the bigger man in this situation. You got fucked royally.
Yeah.
And you still went out there and did what you did, you know what I mean? So, but even if it doesn't happen like that, and they acquire Baker, I love it. I like Baker. Like I said, besides that, I'ma just throw the ball, just anywhere. You gotta stop that, Throw it in the dirt. You know what I mean? So I think if he could fix that, Baker's nice.
And I think that'll get better if he's in a better system. And I'm not trying to say that to knock Cleveland, but...
Yeah, but Cleveland, respectively, coach-wise, has been flip-flopping like a motherfucker for mad long.
Yes, but as well as I do, as well as there's top tier, there's certain level of fans when it comes to sports. There's the diehards, there's just the casual watchers and followers, but like I'm saying, you as well as I know as far as your everyday true, like real good, like in-depth, like diehard sports fan knows. There are those top tier teams in the league that you just know the way they do business, the way they run the organization is top dog compared to other teams in the league. Dodgers, Yankees, fucking Patriots. You know, like, you know, just
I agree with you, but now let's think about this though, Danny. These upper echelon teams, for the most part, their big asset of how they acquire talent is mostly money. Right?
But they also draft and scout very well, though, too.
Yes, that's true as well, too. I won't discount that.
I mean, we look, like you said about Bill Belichick and his draft picks from last week about what they did. Watch one of these guys turn into a fucking Pro Bowler.
Yeah. But there always has to be a young dog or a new person on the block that does something different, that catches the attention of all the old
heads.
Old heads, like, oh,
yeah.
I didn't think to even do it like that. You know, i.e. an example, Billy Bean and Moneyball. Look how long. Look, Boston, regardless of how many championships they won, regardless if they broke that curse or not, right?
Yeah.
They're a prominent city with history.
Yeah, always.
Okay.
Celtics too, all of them. Yeah, definitely.
But just going off of Boston, Boston adopted Billy Bean's system, and what did it lead to?
A championship.
A dynasty.
Yeah.
So I agree with you on that, but there's also, like, Minnesota's been around a long time. They've been to Super Bowls. They've lost though, right? 4 Super Bowls and they've lost every one. So you guys know how to get there.
Well, they knew how to get there. That's the owners of the team back in the 70s when they got there compared to now, 2 different owners. Two different mindsets. Because I'm about to roll my vlog, motherfucker, and we're in the flow of it, so fuck you, alright?
Alright.
Yeah, there you go. I'm pouring there. Fuck you. Yeah.
You're getting real rappy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know.
We'll see.
I like it, but I don't see it happening.
No, honestly, me neither. But it was something to talk about.
Like, put it this way: if I was a Minnesota fan, which I am partially because of you, you know what I mean? Like, you cheer for the Cowboys, I cheer for Minnesota. Like, we cheer for each other, as in, like, the teams that we like. I wouldn't be mad at that move at all, depending on what they give up, though. If they give up the bag to get him, that's not on Baker. That's on them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For example, like next year, if you're giving up Dalvin Cook and some draft picks, then essentially I'm okay with it, only because if you're giving up on Dalvin Cook, either because he's already starting to get up there,
he's hurt a lot.
You want to just start getting younger.
He's hurt a lot.
And
if he wasn't hurt
too.
so much.
I know. I thought I waited a few years for them to finally have the heir apparent to Adrian Peterson, and
well, they got him. The motherfucker just don't stay healthy.
Yes.
He's phenomenal when he's on the field. Like my dad would say, if you can't get on the field more than 75% of the time, fuck your talent, because it don't mean shit.
Yeah.
You can be the greatest in the world. If you don't play 80 or X amount of times, it's null and void.
Yeah. But like you said, even depending on what they would give up, it's like it would just honestly probably just be a bunch of draft picks. Because it's like they would probably want to keep the core players that they have around and just be like, you know what, all right, we'll give you our first rounder this year and next year, and then we'll give you a third rounder from this year, and then we'll give you our next 2 4th-round picks.
All right.
Or just, I'm just throwing picks out there.
Spitballing,
To formulate and say that it's going to be more draft pick based as far as than giving up players.
Yeah. But to be to that equivalent though,
I'm not giving up 2 first-round picks for Baker, though. He's my fucking dick.
honestly, you ain't getting
Any
you ain't getting not a first, not a. Dog, you getting a 2, a 4, and a pat on the ass. That's what the fuck you getting. Because everybody knows he don't want to be there. So you can't leverage me on like, well, he's a good player. Dog, you just went out and fucking kidnapped somebody from Houston.
Yeah.
Brought him in here and gave your own man the boot.
And you also know, even if you trade for him and you give up two second-rounders and a 4th, you know overall in general he's still not the greatest quarterback in the league.
I
so
said
it's like,
I said 1-2.
well, whatever. Either way,
No. Because if a GM came back to me like that, I'd be like, look, put your dick back in your pants. Don't get that horny. A 2 and a 4. A 2 and a 4.
Whatever. Either way, I'm just saying. He's
Yeah,
still not
but Minnesota should hold leverage in that situation.
They probably definitely would. Any team is going to hold leverage in that situation.
Yes. Well, that depends on their desperation.
Yeah, okay. I'll buy that.
Quick update: Boston up 105-99 over Milwaukee with a minute left.
Damn.
All right, hate it or love it, Danny. DeGrom will be out until after the All-Star break.
I love it.
Why?
Because it's even something I heard. I was listening to one of the games the other day. Regardless, and it was a split decision between who was talking about it and who brought it up. But regardless of how well this team is playing or how poorly the team would be playing, either way, there's no need to rush him back. I understand he's talking about opting out and all this and all that, and then the injury and still wanting to opt out. There's no need to rush him back. Whether he ultimately stays or goes, why are you going to rush him back and risk him getting hurt? And ultimately, you're just being an asshole and you're fucking up his career. So just, honestly, I like it.
I disagree.
The team is fine. I'm not saying it doesn't need a tweak here or there, but they're fine. It's still early. Just let it ride.
I disagree.
Let's see how things go over the next month.
I disagree with that last statement you made. All right? Now, I agree, don't rush him back. But this was supposed to be you're back by late May thing. That's the way it started, right? After weeks. Then it was like, all right, May, late May, early June.
Right.
We're talking about July now? Late July? Early August?
Well, I heard he just started throwing this past week.
All right. We've talked about it for about 2 weeks. This will be the last week we're going to talk about it. All right? If he went on a 20-day IL or a 30.
Well, they just moved him to the 60.
Wait a minute.
Because they had to make room for somebody.
I know. So, if you moved him to the 30, all right, we're going to get rolling soon.
I don't think there's a 30. I think it's a 15-day, a 60-day, and then I don't know what it is after that, but I know initially it's a 15-day or a 60-day DL.
Well, I guarantee you after the 60, he's going on the 15. And then back on the 60.
I don't know.
Trade him. You have to, Danny. Right now, the team is rolling. The chemistry is off the charts. I'm not saying he's going to add a funk into it to fuck it up. But trade him now. Get yourself a solid starter and a couple bullpen pieces.
I disagree. You can still get a solid bullpen piece without giving him up. I disagree.
I'm just saying for your hottest commodity. You know he's the hottest commodity.
Because he said he's opting out. So if he's opting out after this year, one way or another, I want to keep him on this team for the rest of the year. Whether he comes back in July or August, and if this team's in the playoff hunt when he comes back, and I get him for September and October, I'm fucking douche with that. And Especially
Wait,
if they win a World
wait,
Series. Yeah.
wait,
And
motherfucker!
if you
Wait,
want to walk,
wait, hold
fine.
on, hold on. Milwaukee just tied the game with a 3-pointer.
Oh, yeah.
105-105. Giannis with a banger from the top. 37 seconds left, tie game.
So I really say, just honestly, hold on to him.
I
Because
know
like
you.
I said,
I understand it.
because if they come in August and September and they're either still in first or they're a half a game out, but they are +3 in the wild card, I want him for those last 2 or 3 months of the season at any capacity. Like they were saying, oh well, he can start the first 4 innings, maybe 5, and then turn it to the bullpen. I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
I have.
It's like you said with Embiid. It's like I said with Derrick Henry. I'd rather have him at an 80% capacity or 70% capacity than not have him at all. Especially in August and September, you're out of your fucking mind.
All right. So it just dawned on me. And the reason why I'm saying this, and the reason why I've been arguing it for weeks, is I know you're a diehard Met fan, and all you diehard Met fans out there, you love the guy. Okay? And I said in prior weeks, you already told me, fuck me, because you're opting out. Right? So, my option is, you haven't played. Right?
Yeah.
You're still the hottest commodity in the league, as in terms of rating of pitchers.
In a sense, yes. Even with your injury, to a degree, yeah, you are,
Yeah.
because...
So I could trade you, get prospects, and get people to help my bullpen, right? And my starting lineup. But what just dawned on me now is, and I can't believe it didn't dawn on me earlier, keep them. Okay, do what you say, keep them. But...
I'll wait for you to finish, but I got another reason why this is...
Wait a minute. Put him in a bullpen. You're not starting until September. Wait a minute. Hear me out. Hear me out. When he's ready to come back, I'm not just going to throw you in there to go 7 innings, 100 pitches while you're throwing 100 miles an hour.
If I can get him for 4 or 5 and then bring in the bullpen, or like if I can get him for 4 or 5 and then bring in Tyler McGill for the final 4 or 5, then that's fine.
I'm just saying, you have bullpen, like, all right, that's the label on the Mets. That's the narrative. Great team, great chemistry right now. Everybody's overperforming. The bullpen is a weak point, right?
In such a way,
it is.
It's part of the team.
Okay, so instead of just like what the Mets have been doing, as in terms of, all right, you're healthy now, here's all that workload.
This is a different owner. This is a new regime. It's not going to happen like that.
Okay,
Hopefully not.
But then at that logic, right now to cover up that little bit of worry on the bullpen, dude, you're coming off the 60-day out. I'm going to ease you in bullpen-wise. You're not going to start for a little bit. I want to see you almost like what they do when you're coming back from injury. You go to the minors and you play like innings, a couple innings there, a couple games, and then all right, you're in baseball condition now. You're ready, right? Putting him in the bullpen strengthens you guys unbelievably.
Yes.
Seriously, think about that. Unbelievably.
It could.
And we're not talking permanent. Of course, I'm not talking permanent. But a month and a half, bullpen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get in there, get about 4 innings, give us a dub when we're trying to hold a lead. It doesn't hurt you, gets you back in shape, helps us, helps everybody.
Yeah.
I think that's the best bet right there.
So catch this. It dawned on me when you were talking about all of that. Another reason why that at least trading him is a no-go. Like I said, if he's healthy come late July, August, and you have him for August, September, and if they're making a playoff run in October, if you trade him before that even would come to fruition, and say if they do make a playoff run and they fall short, and it's because so-and-so pitched a bad game in Game 3 or Game 4, and you know in the back of your mind if you had DeGrom, it wouldn't have came down to that, there will always forever be a dark cloud over Billy Epler and Steve Cohen for making that fucking trade. I promise you, that will always be held over his head if he does that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would. It would. I won't deny that. I'm just...
Maybe. But the true, maybe not the true, like, there will be methods that will not sit well with.
I understand it. I'm just saying, because, like, you're better in tune with the Mets than I am. So, like, you know, it's sometimes a better opinion is from an outside opinion.
Yeah.
You know? I'm just saying that for the fact is, he's already said, I'm leaving. If he had never said that, I would have
I don't
kept...
think he's really leaving. He just wants more money, and it's just unfortunate that he's...
But I can't... But we just had this conversation. I can't give you that money, dog. You haven't been on the field enough.
You can't, but honestly, if I'm Steve Cohen, and based off of what he's done for this organization, and I know now he's running into these rash of injuries, I still give you a raise. Maybe I don't know if I...
At that logic, then?
Honestly, whatever. You know what? You're retiring a man. Whatever happened, no. Like, I'm Steve
No.
I can eat the money. You're retiring as a man.
I'll give you a 1 year. I'll give you a 1 year deal.
You're retiring as a Met. I'm Steve Cohen. I'll eat the money if it doesn't work out.
All right, your turn.
Retire as a Met. I gotta give that to Met fans.
All right, your turn. Hate it or love it.
Well, that was my 3. Because the Minnesota was the 3rd one.
All right, then.
Where they should be.
Hate it or love it.
Or yeah.
Jets missed the playoffs.
I like it. I love it. They're not ready yet. They made some good acquisitions in free agency. They drafted well, but they're not there yet.
Big update. Giannis goes to the line down 105, 107, makes the first, misses. Bobby Porter goes up, gets the rebound, hits the shot to put them up by 1 with 11 seconds left.
Milwaukee's up by 1 with 11?
Yup, with 11 seconds left.
Oh, we gotta put this show on pause.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I go with a beer. Danny, keep him updated on the game.
You know what? You go first. I don't want to miss this. I want to see this. This is a good game, folks. Milwaukee was down by, like, I don't know, maybe I think 15 or something at some point, 13 or 14. I think they're going to pull it off. Oh. Yeah, if they go to commercial, I'm going to go get a beer, but that's crazy. Man, you just got to hold them. You know, they only need one shot. You can't let them get that one shot off. And you can't foul. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. I still, regardless whoever wins tonight, I still say this is a series that's going to go 7. I do. Both teams are too well evenly matched. Regardless, like I said, whoever wins tonight has to still go 7.
Good defense by Drew Holiday to block Smart.
Well, you're going to see it before I do, so, you know. Where are you at right now? What was your time?
Memphis ball, not Memphis, Milwaukee ball, I think about 4 seconds left.
And they're up, right?
They're up by 1. .6 seconds left. 108, 107.
Alright, I'm gonna go get that beer, so.
Go right ahead. I got these motherfuckers right here. I got yous. We're here. I'm gonna check Boston's stats right now. We'll see where they're at. We'll see if Tatum's sucking on a cock again.
Milwaukee's gonna win this game. Hope they do. I believe it. What?
Tatum woke up. He's got 34. But
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Al Horford,
What do you have, like 14?
he's got 8 points, 9
Oh.
rebounds, 6 assists.
Yeah.
That hurts.
So it's like they just flip they're like, all right, well, if one of you are going to be hot, that's fine, but not both.
Yeah. But
And honestly, I'm fine with letting Tatum do his thing, because he's going to do his thing.
yeah, but this
But his
is
supporting cast
crazy.
needs to be shut down.
This is fucking crazy. You guys would like. I mean, it's been a dogfight all night.
Yeah.
But like
Milwaukee was down by what, like 15 or so at one point?
1 point, I believe. But like still, like how do you? All right. Well,
They're home.
Boston fouls.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Nah, even if he makes the 3 throws, there's a 3-point play. Hopefully this fucker misses one. Oh, this is Connington. Oh, he's money. This is the guy who's been stepping up for fucking Middleton.
Who?
Pat Connington. The white boy can play.
Uh-huh. Oh, this guy was number 7, right?
Yeah. No, number 24, the one shooting the free throw.
Oh, well, mine's not there yet.
All right, Boston's inbounding the ball. 5, 4, 3. Ball stolen. Game over.
Milwaukee's winning?
Milwaukee won 110 to 107.
Yes. Fucking A, baby. Fucking A.
Absolutely meltdown by Boston at the end.
It really was.
Absolute meltdown. They played great all the way up until about the last, I would say, 5 minutes. Ugh.
I love it. Now let's just hope they close it out in Game 6 at home.
Well, if this series has told us anything, I got Boston taking next game.
And like I was telling you before we started, if you look at the way it's going, if it follows the trend, Milwaukee won Game 1, Boston Game 2, Milwaukee Game 3, Boston Game 4, Milwaukee Game 5, Boston Game 6, Milwaukee Game 7 at home.
Oh, Milwaukee with the odds and Boston with the evens. Giannis with 40 points tonight, 11 rebounds. Drew Holiday though just saved Milwaukee. The last 2 series, a block on Smart, no foul, and then the last series he steals the ball to put the game on ice.
Yeah.
All right, so let's jump into one of our other segments, which we don't know if it'll be here long. We hope you guys can give us some things to talk about. So tweet us. You have our links there. You have everything. We're gonna dive into where they should be. Danny, you want to lead us, or would you like me to?
I can lead off.
All right, stroke my cock.
So, it's another Minnesota.
All right.
Kyle Hamilton, the safety out of Notre Dame, should be in Minnesota. Because if they had stayed at 12, they could have either had Jordan Davis, or they could have had Kyle Hamilton.
We're doing this again.
Yes.
Again.
You're gonna get, yes.
Proceed.
I have to. Because watch these 2 guys be better than the guys that they've taken.
Look, if you were talking about
that.
proven players, I wouldn't even argue this. But these are up and comers. We don't even know if they're going to be anything.
No, but usually the 12th pick in the first round is a good pick.
Yeah.
And a good player.
All right. You still selected in the first round, just later.
Yeah.
Yeah, this segment's definitely scrapped right after this week.
Why?
This shit's so scrapped. This shit is chalked unmeasurably, like right around the body.
Well, I got a good one. I got a good number 2.
I thought we was doing one.
Well, I came up with a good number 2.
So lead with number 2.
We're winging it. So what the fuck?
All right, number 2 then. What's number 2?
What if Jimmy Butler stayed in Philly back in 2018, 2019? You'd have Embiid, you'd have Harden, you'd have Butler, you'd have Maxey.
Yeah, they'd probably well, all right. If Jimmy's there, I don't think Harden ever goes there.
I thought that too, but you never know.
You never know, but I would have them favored to win a championship,
Definitely.
100%. But to be honest, that wasn't Jimmy's final like destination. I think he knew that, and I think Philly knew that. That's why it was such an easy parting of ways. You know what I mean? He was barely there. He was there for what, like a year, I think 2 of the max, and then they went.
Yeah.
But I like it. That'd be awesome. I'm not opposed to watching the 76ers win a championship. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
Not at all. The last time they were there was what, 1980? I mean, besides AI.
No, I don't even know. Besides that, I don't even know when they were last before
I think it was with AI. But other than that, so I'm not opposed to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jimmy's my favorite player in the league right now. Anyway, he has been since he left the Bulls.
Right. He's a good ball player.
No, he is. He's a solid ball player, and he's developed into it. He just didn't come out of college like that. He's developed into that. So I like guys that develop into something more than guys that just are there and ready.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit more exciting to watch a player, get drafted, go to the summer league, go to the practice squads and shit like that. Sign a 10-day contract like he did in the playoffs multiple times with Chicago. Then they were like, all right, this guy's something. We bring him up. He just blows up, and then, he's like, well, I got to go get my bag now, you know what I mean? Which I'm not mad at. I'm mad at the Bulls for not paying him the money. Because, like you said, where they should be. Wouldn't it be awesome if Jimmy was still on Chicago with DeRozan?
Yeah. That'd be a good 1-2 punch right there for sure.
Yeah.
That really would.
All right. We'll move on to where they should be. All right, mine's not a player going from one team to a different sport or to a different team. I'm just saying he moves a position. And I would say Stephen Curry should be a shooting guard, not a point guard. And the reason why I say that is I don't have a problem with him bringing the ball up every now and then. Right? He does facilitate. He doesn't rebound. He rebounds to the best of his ability. Right? But he's a scorer. And I think if the Warriors had gotten like a point guard like Ben Simmons, who wasn't such a pussy and actually played, you know what I mean? Hypothetically, actually played to his... Actually, not even played to his potential. He just fucking played. He
was hurt though, wasn't he?
Oh, God, I don't even want to hear it. Dude, he just finessed 2 teams out of like $105 million, and he hadn't played 1 game this season.
He's another Kirk Cousins.
No. At least Kurt plays. Like,
So.
he hadn't played at all. At all.
Yeah.
My man sat on the couch for a year, did some warm-ups, did some practice here and there, and went, oh, it hurts. It hurts. But, or if, like, he played with, like, Chris Paul, right? The true point guard.
Right.
We would see, all right, we'd probably see a dip in his scoring, right?
Okay.
But he'd still be a Hall of Famer, such the same. And I think he would be a little bit more respected. And the reason why I say I think he'd be a little bit more respected is because we wouldn't have those, like, we would have those moments where he's just chucking the fucking thing up. But it'd be like a special moment. Not, 37th game regular season from half court. No, he's just smacking him from the 3-point line. Just bah, bah, bah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I respect Klay Thompson more than I do as a shooter than I do Stephen Curry, because Stephen Curry just chucks it. I'm sorry. You want to argue? Fucking argue. My handle's right there. Tweet me. He's a chucker. He's a fucking chucker. 100%. He's a fucking chucker. Now, he'll tell you I have never chucked, never will chuck, never gonna chuck. But he's a chucker.
You're a chucker.
He's
So,
old.
I'm a chucker. I never knew I
You're
was
a
a
chucker.
chucker.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, chucker.
Yeah, you're a chucker. But barring that, great player. Just that he changed the game, and it wasn't for the better. It really wasn't. You know, and that's not his fault. Hey, I make my shots. That's not my problem if they don't make their shots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I'm not telling him to be like me.
yeah, exactly. And I 100% agree with him because he said that. Nobody told you to pull up from 37. Well, then who the fuck told you? Me. I told myself. Oh, you just that big dick swinging, huh? I could fucking drain this son of a bitch. All right, let's move on to my MLB, Danny. Give me them stats. Give me them standings. Give me them.
So, aside from the game going on tonight, currently in the American League Central, the Twins are in first. They have a 2.5 game lead over the White Sox. In the American League East, the Yankees, they're 22-8. They have a 4.5 game lead over the Rays. In the American League West, the Angels are in first. They have a 1 game lead over the Astros. And moving over to the National League.
I don't expect the Angels to hold that. Perfectly honest with you.
They'll be there at least the whole way, I believe. As long as that team stays healthy with who they have, they'll be there the whole way.
But I seen this coming. Like Houston, like it's early. I know we're 30 games in.
Yeah.
I mean, but Houston's just getting their feet underneath them. You know what I mean?
You know, they don't have Carlos Correa anymore. George Springer's been gone, and so that's a different ball club. You know, they still have Altuve and I think Brantley and Verlander still, but it's not the same team it was 3 or 4
they're
years
gonna
ago.
have to find their own identity and groove.
It's a new identity for that team now.
But which they're gonna find it. Like if they're the ball club that everybody sees them as, then no fan should have panicked or called for anybody's head. This is just a.
But you're a game out. You're 1 game out, 30 games into the season. If you're worried and you're an actual fan, bro, chill out.
Exactly.
Seriously.
Now-
I don't know. It's a general statement. Like, if you are worried, bro.
I'd chill. Now, if you're an Angels fan, there's cause to be worried. Because what you're asking for is, dude, we need another starting pitcher. You get another decent starting pitcher?
Because then you have a good 1 through 3. Because then you have Shohei, you have Noah, and then that third guy.
Yep.
You get that third guy, a.k.a. Marquez from Colorado. Just an option. Just a name. I'm just saying.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
That would be a good quality arm to put into their
To be
rotation.
honest with you, I don't see it happening, but I'd love that move just for Marquez. Because now you're going somewhere where your talents will be overly appreciated.
You're gonna get more run support, you know.
Yeah, you're gonna get more
I
run
think
support.
for the most part, the Angels Stadium is probably more neutral than it is hitter or pitcher friendly.
No, it is. It is.
So it's gonna be it's kind of like right there in the middle, like a gray area kind of thing. But I still think that would be a good pickup for them come the trade deadline.
Not to segue here, but I was listening to Michael K's show because I like Don LaGreca. That's the only reason why I listen. Don, in my opinion, Don's the only one on that show that knows what the fuck he's talking about. Besides Michael K in baseball, what Michael K says in baseball, I would say 80% of the time is fact, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't like them, and especially yesterday, like when they tied the game or something like that. I was listening to ESPN radio, and it was off John Carlos Stanton's bat, right? 3-run shot.
Okay.
So the announcer goes from a monster shot from John Carlos Stanton. Guess the feet.
I don't know, at least 450 or better.
353.
What was that, down the right field line? I mean,
Left field, just around the pole.
left field.
Big shot, right? 353. What?
Well, I mean, big shot. I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe it was
No, no. It's because Yankee Stadium is designed for Yankee players. In any other ball,
Yankee Stadium is kind of like it's more like a bandbox or whatever they call it.
whatever the fuck it is.
It's almost kind of like Philly.
I'm sorry, the league needs to have regulations.
I mean, that left field porch is, dude, a little leaguer can hit it out of that
No,
stadium.
I think that's the right. No, it's both porches, the left and the right field, by the poles. It's like
Left field is more of an advantage for the hitters, but like I said, a little leaguer can hit a home run out of that stadium.
yeah, but every stadium's got to be regulated to a certain length. You can't go from a 370 right field to a 330 right field in the next series. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, why not? It's based off of how the team wants to design their stadium.
I know, but it should be like minimum. You got to hit for each right and left field has got to be at the poles 375. Right? You can go farther. You know what I mean? But or like whatever the
See, but it's like, then now it's like you put it. It's like I don't like the idea of putting a cap on that, because I feel like I don't know. Like I feel like that's just I don't know. I just maybe it wouldn't ultimately be a problem, but I just feel like that's just putting a restriction where it doesn't need to be.
All right, to drive my point home right here. If the Yankees played 81 of their games in the Angels Stadium, they wouldn't make the playoffs probably 8 out of 10 times.
Well, I think they still make the playoffs, but as when we went over that 7 or 8 year stretch, there'd be a lot more wild card appearances. And
Or misses.
89,
Or misses.
90, as far as they'd be more like an 84, 85 win team.
Now, a prominent team like that, I'm not, like you said, look, it's up to you to design your ballpark. I get it. But you play 81 games out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, granted, you play 81 opponents that get the same advantage, but they don't get it at 81 fucking games.
Yeah, they come in for 3 or 4 a year, and then you know.
And then you go back home. Where, you like just last series, you cranked a 353 home run over the gate, and then the next week you had the same exact hit that went right into the fielder's glove.
Right on the warning track.
Not even on a warning track. The motherfucker had about 10 yards to catch the bitch at 353. Like, and that was John Carlos Stanton. Always used the best power hitter. Dog, if Shohei Ohtani hits a home run, it's minimum 400 feet.
Yeah.
Bar none, right? Minimum 400.
I mean, maybe 390 if he just gets it off the end of the bat and like just goes right down the line and goes around the pole or some shit.
But flush?
Yeah, he's hitting at least 420 plus.
Juan Soto or Pete Alonso or these guys, 400 is easy. That's minimum for them. Ain't no 353.
Easy 420 plus. Yeah. You know, like, even when these guys slump, it's like you can only contain them for so long. You know, they're going to adapt, you know. Like with Alonso, he's adapted and now he's developed and learned how to, go the other way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just been a lot of singles, but take it.
Oh, no, no. Like, I still say this about the Yankees, that they're like, they were getting no hit last night, right? Before the Stanton home run, right? They were getting no hit in the 6th.
Okay.
Literally, I'm listening to ESPN radio. They're like, oh, DJ LeMahieu, who's up, first batter of the inning. I'm like, well, say bye-bye to that no-hitter. He claps one off the wall for a double. He's the best hitter on that team. I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. Literally, the best
overall average hitter.
contact hitter.
Power, no. But
No.
overall average hitter, know what he's like? He's a right-handed version of a Daniel Murphy. Singles, doubles, average, get on base.
Don't disrespect him like that. He's a left-handed.
No.
He's a left-handed Derek Jeter. I'm not saying pedigree-wise. Hitting, just hitting. Derek Jeter was always that player for the Yankees to get that clutch hit. or to just hit the ball.
I'm not saying that, but I think I don't know. I think Derek Jeter was on another level than LeMahieu. You know, so I feel like that's not a good comparison, but that's me. I feel he's, like I said, the comparison that he's the right-handed version of left-handed Daniel Murphy. I feel that more like it fits his bill because he's going to give you a great at bat. He's going to get on base. He's going to hit singles, hit doubles, hit it into the gap. You know, on a good year, he'll probably hit maybe 15 to 20 home runs.
All right, so we'll have to clock back into that comparison, right? So now, let's say within 10 years, LeMahieu's still playing and hits 3,000. We have to put him almost in that same class.
I don't think he'll get to 3,000 hits.
Where I think at the minimum he'll get 2,500.
I think he'll finish honestly somewhere in the ballpark of like 17 to 19, but he'll have like a career average of like 296 or like 301 with an on-base percentage of like 423 or some shit.
Jesus.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he's a great hitter. He is.
Well, he's at 1,500 already.
So he'll and what is he, like 32, 33? Maybe 34?
He's played a total of 10 years.
So let's see how old he is.
He's 33.
He's 33. Okay, so he should finish with more than 2,000 hits.
Yeah, that's what I said. 2,500. No, I'm saying ballpark. 24, 37, 23, 90 something.
I think more, if he's at 15 now, I think more along the lines of like 21 or 22.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he plays another 10 years and he's already has six, like, all right, so let's close out the season. He's at 1,700 or like 17 and some change, right? If he could play another 10 years, he can get to 3,000.
I think it's a stretch, but I feel as though I would be more opposed to being against that last year if we were doing this last year as opposed to now this year, because now we have the DH. So in a sense, the DH being the universal, in a sense, here's how it's a good thing. You can use that as a way to prolong certain guys and extend their career.
You're absolutely right. Which does help the MLB, too. That does.
It does.
It does help
players.
players.
Honestly, here's a good example of that. Honestly, it might be the opposing team in the division that I root for, but I love seeing Nelson Cruz on the Washington Nationals.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he's still playing. I've always enjoyed watching him play.
Or Pujols getting another shot. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like the Cardinals, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of that, regardless of, you know, who the team is.
I still have the salty 06 in me, but, you know, it's whatever. I can't do nothing about it. But
so he's at 1,583, right? Hey, let me check. 1,583, I think. 1,483. Okay, 30 games in the season. Let's throw on another $150 hits, right? So at a $150 more hits
for the next 10 years.
All right, yeah, for his 10 years, he'll be at 1,600 hits.
So that puts him over 3.
So he needs 1,400 hits in 10 years. So he needs 140 hits every year for 10 years. It's not outside his realm.
No, but I just don't see that happen. I really don't.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I 100% agree. Like I said, realistically, between 23 and 2,500 hits, I see him at the end of his career.
Right.
Now, if he has in the next 4 years, he explodes in 2 to 3 of those years in terms of hits.
Where he hits like 200 in back-to-back seasons.
Exactly.
That could excel him a little bit.
Yes.
And if he really does try to hit that 10-year mark and maybe pushes 8, but like I said, like you just said, if he has like 2 years where it's like, or 3 years where it's 200, 189, you know, like that's going to put him in a closer ballpark of getting to that 3.
Well, if he hits 400, so 171 plus 200, 370, right? For these 2 years. So that's 780. That's 1,800. Nah, he's gonna have to do that. All right. If he plays 10 more years, he's got to do the 200 hits at least 3 times to get in the ballpark of 3,000.
Yeah.
But still their best hitter, and watch, he's not going to be a Yankee next year. I put money on it.
Probably not.
Because they're going to allocate that money to Judge, and they're going to look at his value, and they'll be like, yeah, there's no reason we have to keep him.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. Yes, the Yankees started out like gangbusters. They're looking good. But this isn't a lineup that's sustainable to do that.
I mean, and even if they do sustain it and win the division and they win 103 games, based off of this last 7 or 8 year stretch that we've gone over, with as good of talent as there is in the American League East and the American League in general, their track, I just no, I don't see it. I don't.
At the most, a wild card. At the most.
Either way, I don't see them getting past the first round.
No, neither do I. All right, give us those NL standings while I go take a pee break.
All right. 1 second. So, yeah, I can't see the Yankees. Not gonna happen. Could, but unlikely. Alright, so in the National League we have the Brewers are in first in the NL Central. They have a 2.5 game lead over the Cardinals.
Yeah, but me and you picked that. We knew that was gonna happen.
And yeah, but I predicted that the Cardinals and Brewers were gonna fight it out all the way through this year.
Well, they fucking should for the amount of money that fucking the Cardinals have spent.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, you go out, you get Nolan Arenado, and you haven't went anywhere. To me, that's a letdown. That's the best third baseman in baseball.
Yeah.
And you literally haven't done shit. Like, all right, so how many years have they had him? What, 3 years so far? This would be his third year.
Well, this would be going into the third.
Okay. He hasn't been to the playoffs. He's been to the playoffs more times with the Rockies than he has the fucking Cardinals. Granted, third year. But still. And that, honestly, that's where I get my little kicks off. It's like, you ain't got paid, but you're a fucking loser just like you were before.
Yeah.
And honestly, if the Rockies had a big budget like the Yankees or Boston or one of these big teams, the Rockies would have won a championship 2 or 3 times already in the past 20 years. I'm sorry.
I still don't think a championship, but I just feel like they would have been a lot more competitive.
At least one, dog. One. With the lineup that we had years ago.
We made another World Series appearance.
No, we would have won one. If we retained.
I think that's a stretch, Dave.
Alright, so we let go of Tulowitzki. Okay? I was upset at first, but it had to be done. Reaching age, not going to break off that bread. But Nolan Arenado, third base.
LeMahieu.
Trevor Story, shortstop. LeMahieu at second. Ian Desmond at first. Blackman in right field. And I'm naming... This is a lineup. You can look it up. Carlos Gonzalez Jr. in center.
I know you had these guys. I know. I still don't see that lineup winning the championship, especially at the time when you initially had these guys, because yes, they were good, but it's like...
Well, the only reason why I say that is if we had a big bank like those teams did, because then we would retain those players and add pitching talent. That's the only reason why I'm saying they should and could have won from 1 championship to 3 within a 20-year period.
Like what you're talking about, the Trevor Story now is not the Trevor Story that you had at that point when you're talking about when you had him.
But that's fine. That's fine. At least he's a mold of him of who he could be. And you still have anchors around him. Arenado, LeMahieu, Desmond, Blackman, Carlos.
You
know what I
guys
mean?
would have been a lot more competitive, but that pitching was always suspect.
Well, that's
Yeah.
I'll
So
say again.
what,
That's why I say if we
would you
had a
stop the other team from scoring 5 runs in a game?
well, that's why I say if we had a big bank like the Yankees and all
You don't
these
even need a
teams,
fully big bank like them. Just have a little bit more money and be able to spend.
like that. All right, so that's all I'm saying. Because then we would have added pieces to at least, like you're saying, compete for it.
And at least when it comes to drafting, I understand you got to draft every position, but maybe put a little more emphasis on the pitchers.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, you struck gold with Marquez.
You know, you had Ubaldo Jimenez for a couple of years.
Yeah. Oh, yo, Jimenez was fucking nasty when he was
When he
with
came
us.
onto the scene, yo, he was fucking
Nasty. Nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty. I was so excited. I was like, yo, him and Marquez, yo, we about to... And then it was... We had John Gray, Kyle Freeland, who's still there. I was like, yo, we got a solid 4 now, baby. Yeah. No bullpen. No bullpen. None. We was good till about the 6th inning. After the 6th inning, we knew we was fucked. So if we didn't put 7 runs up on the board, yep.
It's game over.
Game over.
So the National League East, the Mets are in first. They're 7. So they're 7 up on the Braves, Marlins, and Phillies. All 3 are 7 games out. The
What's their
Nationals are
record?
11 games out, but the Mets are losing to the Nationals right now, 8-3.
All right.
The Mets got off to a 3-0 start quickly in the first, but then Tyler McGill just did not have it tonight. Tonight was, like, I didn't see much of it because we were doing the show and I was going back and forth, but from what I caught bits and pieces, this is probably his worst start of the whole season.
But that's fine.
But
it's
you have to
baseball.
expect
You're
him
going to
to
have
not,
that.
like that to happen.
It's not going to
Yeah.
be a perfect game every night. And
Exactly.
I don't mean literally a perfect game. I mean, like...
No, but he's not going to pitch well every night. He's going to
No.
have hiccups and bumps.
Yeah, but that's why baseball, or you would say that's why it's 162 games. I always argue a $120 is just as good, right?
You might speed the game up, but as long as you don't take away 162, you're really not going to hear me come knocking on the doors. Right now, you just hear me yelling and screaming because you're fucking with the game I like.
If it was 132, I would be thoroughly happy.
I am 100% perfect with. I think 162 is perfect. I just. That's
The reason
just me.
why I feel like it's not, and this is like from like the money standpoint, the owners make the money there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you shorten by 30 to 40 games, the players' pay is justifiable. You could jack ticket prices up a little bit, like, a little higher, which people will still pay.
Merchandise can go up a little bit.
Exactly. Everything can go up just a tad, and people will pay.
And I agree with those things, and I agree that it'll put more of an emphasis on players that want to definitely really perform then. I'm not saying I don't agree with those things. I just like 160. like that.
Excuse me,
You know?
everybody.
That's just me. I agree with all your points, but I like 162.
Just something in my brain though, like to watch a team if they were to have 100 games, right? Go 50-50, win the wild card game, win the wild card series, win the divisional, then the conference.
And then go on and win a World Series.
Like, you
That
see
would
how
be-
my face just glowed? Like,
That would be nuts.
like to watch, like, let's just pick like to watch the Marlins go 50-50 and run the table.
Or the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, like everybody be like, yo, what the fuck did I just watch? Like, did I really just watch
That happened.
one of the worst, not the worst, but like one of, in
Not a good
categories,
team.
go 50-50, right?
Make the playoffs. And
Make the
catch
playoffs
fuck.
and then explode. Not just, explode, like, onto the scene, like, oh, you gave us a chance? Wrong move.
I mean, look, that's dope. In such a way, like that is in a way what I think Maybe not exactly.
That's
how
like the
you do
equivalent of a
with,
team
like,
going
with
8-8 in football and winning the whole thing.
Yeah, maybe not like with the reducing of the games, but the way you just explained it, like if they broke it down to where, like, okay, like how you said with the playing and everything with the with
Expanding the
Memphis,
play-in tournament.
if you kind of like expanded or did something like that, where now you have a team that comes in, they were 81-81, and they made it in.
Well, see, that's the point I was just going to bring up. Like, we were talking about expanding the play-in. That's like what you said. Watching the 12th seed go 30-52 and run the whole table. You would lose your mind.
Yeah. Like I said before, what happens if the 12 plays the 1 and the 12 beats the 1?
Exactly. And we had that.
It doesn't even have to go on and win the next series. Just beating the 1 in the first round is...
It draws all the money in. Like, look at back in the day when Dirk Nowitzki and all of them were the number 1 seed, and they got booted by Baron Davis and the Golden State Warriors before they were the Warriors of now.
Yeah.
Dude, that was like a nuke just hit America. Like, oh yeah, you're number 1 seed, supposed to win the fucking whole thing. Boof, got swept. And then they got, 5-1 or 4-1 the next round. You know what I mean? Nobody even cared, but just the fact that you had this team come in at the 8th seed, just barely make it with a negative record, and then run the table on a team that was supposed to walk away with it. Woo!
Yeah.
So, I'm not opposed to the 162. And how I would be satisfied is expand those playoffs. You're frozen there, buddy.
Am I really?
Oh no, you're good now.
Yeah, I just... You lied for a second,
Yeah,
so...
I think if baseball had expanded their playoffs, that would ease me. Because it's like now I still get the opportunity to see a team that kind of had a rough go at it all season.
Right.
Hit an actual run. You know what I mean? Like, you know how football is where they're like, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. The last month of December, they go 3-1, and then the playoffs, they don't lose. So they're on like a 6-game run, you know what I mean? That's exciting to see.
Like the Giants did in 07 and 2011.
Yeah.
It has happened. It's not a frequent thing. It is an enjoyable thing to watch. I mean, I rooted for the Giants the first time around, but I knew, in my mind at least, logically, when they made it there the first time, I rooted for them. In their process of getting there, I wanted them to lose because I didn't want them to get there. But when they got there and they were like, they're playing the undefeated Patriots, yeah, I don't want to see the Patriots and Tom Brady go undefeated and win a Super Bowl. So let's see the Giants win.
Well, to be honest with you, and I say this.
Well, that was the second time, whatever. But either way,
No, the
first
time
I was like, there's no way the Giants can win again.
all right, put it this way. Now let's explore that idea. Now that we're gonna segue back into baseball, but I want to touch on this a little bit. If Tom Brady had completed that perfect season, is there anything that you can say about him? That's
I still wouldn't care for him like I do now, but I would still unfortunately agree that he's the greatest quarterback ever.
Because that'd be 8 championships and a perfect season. There's nothing you can say about it.
I mean, I say that with a sour mouth, but I mean, it's true.
Look, I was sour when I was growing up because we had the same, like, yo, who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck does he think he is? Like, he just keeps winning. Like, yo, fuck this guy. And then it's, like, after he got, like, past, like, the 4th one, I started to, like, all right, what are you doing? What are you doing, you fucker? But what ultimately made me, like, be a fan of Brady was the pay cuts. 100% the pay cuts is what made me a fan.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't about the bag.
Well,
now,
this one's nice.
Segueing back into baseball, how many games are the Mets up in the division? 7, right?
7.
And what is the Mets' record?
At the moment, they're 21-10, I think, but after tonight, they'll be 21-11. Yeah.
All right, 21-11.
So they'll
Alright.
still be 10 games over 500.
So there's 7 up on the division.
So 10 games over 500.
So there's 7 up on the division. Now,
Over the next 3 teams, but Washington's in last. They're
Okay.
11 games out.
If-
With the win tonight, they'll be 10. But it's,
if I'm the Mets right now, the next 30 games are extremely crucial. Like
Yes.
above and beyond.
100%. Even though they got past the first 60 last year and we're still in first, I agree with what you just said. But like, I was talking to my dad the other day, and he was like, "Oh, fucking something about like winning the pennant or whatever." And I was like, "I really just want, or no, the first team to 40 wins or some shit." And I was like, honestly, like, I just want to see if this team can get to first place and stay in first place, and at the point when DeGrom went out last year, and then see how they take that the rest of the way. I'm also curious. They are going to hit a road bump at some point in this season, and I want to see how they respond. Because I have no doubt that Showalter is going to right the ship the right way, but you still have to see how the players respond.
We'll see. My thinking is,
And I think they'll respond fine, but that's gonna be like one of those, not a shining moment, but the light's gonna shine on that at that time. Be like, what's like the heart of that team? Like, what kind of team is this at that moment?
all right. Well, my thinking is right now, 30 games in, 7 games. It's a good lead. Okay.
I've seen what they've done at the end of the season with 16 games left, and they've won a 7-8 lead.
7-game lead.
It's not safe by any shape or form.
Hold your titties. Relax. Take a breath.
Oh, I'm cool.
You'll be alright.
And I like it right now, but it's
If I'm
not
Buck,
safe at all yet.
if I'm Cohen and Buck, 7 games, like you said, not enough. It's not enough, especially with your point. I've seen this team play with the last 16 games on the line, and they shit the bed.
2007 and 2008 are the only examples of that.
So why I say the next 30
Even though it
games.
was a long time ago, it's just.
But that's why I say the next 30 games is the most important. With the Mets need out of the next 30 games is 20 and 10.
I don't think you're gonna get 20 and 10.
No, that's the goal. That's the goal.
Yes, but if after tonight's loss, you're going to be 21 and 11, so you're going to be 10 games over 500. Within the next 30 games, if they go 15 and 15, they'll be 36 and 26. They'll still be 10 games over. So at that point, it's going to kind of still look like really they're still like they're only 10 games over, but it's like.
Yeah, but that's my point. Then the Mets need these 30 games, another 20 and 10, or close to it. 18 and 12.
To really widen the gap.
Widen the gap,
Yeah.
right? And if they can widen the gap to, let's say, 13. I'm just shooting a number out, 13.
Right.
For the next 30 games, it alleviates some type of pressure. So
no,
you can,
but it'll still make us feel better going into the second half of the season.
So like that next 30 games, you can go 13 and 17, right? Where you hit a skid, which is coming. Like you said, the skid is coming.
It's going to happen at some point.
Exactly. So it's just how they respond. Now,
Yeah.
before they have a chance to respond, like I was hearing on 98.7, do the Mets have a potential to run away with it early?
No.
So and because of their history, I said the same thing you did.
Not even just
No.
that, just in general, even if you're not looking at their history, they haven't proven anything yet. Yeah, they've looked scrappy. They've looked like a scrappy bunch of times here or there to start the season, and they, whatever. But they haven't proven or shown anything. So Warren agreeing with that.
100% agree. That's why.
And then you look at last year.
That's why these next 30 games, and they've played 2 of them already, and they went 1-1. is the most important to this 30 and the last 30 are the most important.
So what's today? May 11th. So we'll see where they are June 11th.
June 11th. Now, I don't think because the NL East is so competitive, Atlanta, just they're like the NL East has been competitive for years.
Atlanta hasn't got their bearings yet. They're
They're gonna catch them, and I don't think they're gonna catch them. I think they're gonna catch their bearings around 50 games, 50, 60 games.
Well, we're not that far off from that. So.
I know. That's why I said the next 30 games for the Mets is the most important. If you go 18 plus wins, you're going to widen that gap. Because I suspect around 60 games, the rest of that division is going to catch up. They're going to catch that rhythm, that groove.
Well, not the rest of it, but at least for sure by that point, Atlanta, at least for sure at least by that point, the top three teams are going to be, in no specific order, it's going to be the Mets, Braves, and Phillies. Miami and Washington are going to be at the bottom, but Miami will be in fourth, but they're going to be a good scrappy bunch. They've already been a good scrappy bunch this year, and they've had good pitching.
That kid Jazz.
So
that kid
we'll
Jazz is phenomenal, man.
Yeah, I think.
I absolutely love his energy.
Yeah.
I do. And to see him on a more prominent team would bring joy to me because he would light up a whole city. It's just unfortunate he plays there where they don't give a fuck about baseball. They really don't. Miami doesn't give a shit about baseball. They don't even give a shit about fucking football. They really don't.
It's like Miami's, like, if you really look at it, it's like more of a basketball town.
Yeah. And it has been since Dwayne Wade. And
there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like, hey guys, pay attention a little bit.
There's 3 other franchises in your city.
Pay attention. You'll find happiness in such a way, something to look forward to. Like I just said, Jazz Chisholm. That guy's fucking electric. You can't even say he's not.
Oh, I'm not going to say a legend, but I mean...
No, not a legend. Electric.
Oh, electric. Yeah, he is. And honestly, I think he would definitely shine on another team if he had an opportunity to do so. For sure.
He would be a legend if he stays in Miami.
No, he's not even. No,
He'll be a Miami legend. If he spends his whole career in Miami and does what he is doing now, throughout most of it, he'll be a Miami legend.
Maybe, but we know now that players getting drafted by a team, them staying on that team for their whole career is very, very slim.
Which baffles the fuck out of me. I don't understand.
I mean, it doesn't baffle me, but it's like certain guys should absolutely be staying regardless.
Yeah, but what baffles me about
certain guys should absolutely, like, for example, like, how do you, like, for the Giants, like, how did you sit Eli Manning? How do you take that away from him? How do you take that away from the fans? Certain things like that and certain players should automatically already get, or you're going to retire as a player for this team.
We'll see a lot of people
cards or whatever from achieving this. We want to make sure that you definitely achieve that.
Well, see, the funniest thing is, a lot of people will blame Ben McAdoo, right? Oh, Ben McAdoo sat him. Ben had no fucking choice. And what I mean by no choice is Ben...
I don't give a shit, because I'm not a Giant fan. I'm just...
No.
That's an example of a situation where you would let that player play regardless.
Yes, but what I'm pointing out in this whole scenario that you're painting is the Giants organization fucked up. Not Ben McAdoo. You put so much pressure on Ben McAdoo. Ben McAdoo had to do something to win. Something. So, like I said, a lot of people look at Ben McAdoo. Oh, you're the asshole. No. He's a part of being an asshole.
That organization is
That's the organization. Because, put it this way. You're the owner, right, of the Giants. Eli Manning, your most prestigious player. He's got the Iron Man streak going.
As far as prestigious player, he's up there with Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah. right? So now, you know, the NFL. The word goes around quick, like
Yep.
Bayonne, right? You hear it once, you're gonna hear it 4 more times before you get uptown.
Yeah.
You knew. You knew. You knew. And right then and there, you could have looked like a fucking hero to your organization. Ben, you're fired. Eli, you're fucking starting. But here's my suspicion. I think they let it happen like that because that's more of a reason to force him out.
To
What?
force who out?
Eli, I broke your Iron Man record.
He's already walking out the door. Why do you gotta really fuck with that guy's thing?
Yeah, because here's
And,
yeah, but,
and that's from an outside looking in, not a fan thing.
yeah, but Danny, here's the thing. If you're you're
As a sports fan.
not a sports fan, you're a part of the organization, right? You're a general manager or assistant, whatever, right? If Eli continues the Iron Man streak, right? And now he just wants to do it for like Keysmo, for like, stats and accolades, right? If it kept going, to be honest, he'd have went to Jacksonville. Because Tom Coughlin would have gave him 2 seasons. And he'd have broke the Iron Man record. Them saying, sit down, you're not getting the record, and now go away. They literally forced him out. Literally.
Well, if that's really the ultimate case, then that's unfortunate after everything that he did for that organization.
Look, I'm a Cowboy fan. I don't like Eli Manning. I don't like Eli Manning because he was a Giant. He's a funny motherfucker. He is. He's a funny guy. He has funny facial expressions. I like him.
Every time he gets sacked, his face it just looks so funny. Yo.
Those are his faces when he gets sacked. Like, yeah, open your eyes bigger. It just fucking happened. So, like, going back to baseball, as in, like, Jazz Chisenholm is being very excited and could be a legend in just Miami. Back to the Mets. Like we said, this 30 games is the most important for them. And what I mean by most important, they have to finish on a positive note. Going 15 plus wins is very positive. Anything under 10, you just open the door for everybody. Which I'm hoping. Oh. Alright, so wait. Here's another segment.
Before we continue this, because now we're at the end of the show. The Dodgers are in first. They're a game and a half up over the Padres.
Alright.
So that's it. Done. Stats done. Show's over.
No, what are you talking about? We got another half hour.
But I'm saying as far as like the stats and the other stuff, all that's done.
Yeah.
I just wanted to finish that because I wanted to close this out.
You don't want to do another half hour?
No, I do. I just wanted to close out the standings.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I was about to be like, everybody in chat, call Danny a pussy right now. I feel like 7 games.
I don't know if they're the most important, but I would definitely say that they are important for sure. I mean, every game is important regardless.
All right, well, look at it like this. They've been on fire first 30, right? First 30 games on fire.
Well.
Right? So keep it going. So go. So they're what they were 20 and 10. All right, go 40 and 20.
Right,
Yeah, I mean.
So, I'm listening.
Go 40 and 20, and you'll have yourself established, right? So where if things get bad in a 30-game span, you still have something to lay on, right? And then you have the trade deadline. Like, I think the Mets could beat this out. And what I mean beat this out is like I hope they build a big enough lead to where their dry spots, their tough spots, they can just get through and have that focus of like, all right, we dropped 5 out of the last 9 games. Let's get back on track.
Right.
I mean, and actually bounce back and actually play to their. Look, I'm sorry, Danny. All those other Mets teams, even the ones that made the playoffs, they never once came back from a 7-1 game. This team is different. They're different. They're real different. They're real different.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over their schedule between now and, like I said, June 11th. So they wrap up Washington tomorrow. Then they go back home, and they're gonna play Seattle, and they're gonna play St. Louis. Then they go on the road. They play Colorado, and they play San Francisco. They come back home, they play Philly, and they play Washington.
Wait. Can you do me a favor? I'm sorry, I know my pain is. Can you restart for me? I'm sorry.
So tomorrow they wrap up with Washington.
And
Then
what
they
are
come
they,
back
1-1? What are they, 1-1 with Washington now? If they lose tonight?
Yeah, they lost 8-3 tonight.
Okay. All right.
Go back home, they got Seattle and St. Louis. Go on the road to Colorado and San Francisco. Come back home for Philly and Washington. And that's the end of May. Now going into June, up until the 11th.
What the fuck? All right.
Alright, so after that, Washington's. Oh, come on with this shit, man. Alright, so, like I said, after that Washington series at home, they go on the road the first week of June. This is. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, dude. Alright, so this is going to stretch one series past the 11th.
All right, no.
But
So
dude-
So this is their 30 games after that.
No, yes, but I have to include those first 3 because of the team.
Okay.
So from June 2nd to June 16th, this is the stretch of games and teams that they're playing. They're on the road against the Dodgers for 4. They're on the road in San Diego against the Padres. They're on the road against the Angels for 3. And then they come back home against the Brewers for 3 to start a 6-game homestand. That week and a half, almost 2 weeks right there, that is a big stretch.
Yes.
That's bigger than your 30-game stretch.
No,
because-
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I'll tell you why
Yes,
it's
it is.
not.
I'll tell you why. The Mets
Okay.
are notoriously always bad on the West Coast. Always. They can't, they don't perform on the West Coast for some reason. They don't. That stretch right there, both LA teams and the Padres, yeah, that's a stretch right there. That is going to be key.
And the reason why I say
that is crucial.
the reason why I say those 30 games before that are so crucial is just because of that.
Well, the Dodgers and Padres and Angels are within that first 30 that you're talking about. But I include the Brewers because that's an important series and a good team that's starting off the next 30 after that. But I just had to include that because that little stretch right there, that week and a half, is
Oh, that 2-week frame is very
actually
important.
astronomical.
But that's why I put the next 30 games at such a high value. Coming out of that 30 games, you know you have a torture run.
With those three
Those
four
3 teams. Yes, those 4 teams. So to be up, all right, so to be ahead of the 8 ball, in a sense, as in finishing.
3, so it's 4, 7, 10, 13. Out of those 13 games, if they're playing well going into that, so that's 13. So out of 30, that's 27 games. So out of the first 27, if the Mets are 17-10, going into those 13, they gotta win at least
7. 7. If they
6
win,
or 7.
if they win 7, as a Met fan, all right. If they win 7, and then out of that 30, right? They went 15-15, right?
Or they go like 21-9 or some shit.
Whatever. So
Or
right,
20
and then they go
27,
7,
10.
and then they go 7 out of 6 in those tight games. I would feel so comfortable as a Met fan.
I mean, I feel good, but at that point, it was still only June. You have July, August, and September. At that point,
Yes, I know, but like milestones.
or
The
just
first 30, we were 20-10.
like these
right.
games are all marked on the calendar as important series moving ahead for sure.
Yeah, but to come out of that stretch, 8 out of 5 games or 7 out of 6.
I can't wait till we play the Dodgers on the road, man. I can't wait till that fucking series. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. Oh man. Honestly, I'm unless other things happen or whatever, I'm already like stamping it. At least those first 3 games, because I'm working Sunday, and even though I'm working Friday night, those first 3 games. Oh man.
A 4-game series. If you guys can split, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's all.
That's
Honestly,
perfect.
that's all I'm asking.
That's all you want. I just want to split.
Just split.
Just split. If you split, all right, I know the other series aren't 4-game series.
No,
But
but then if you split with the Padres and Angels, that means you go 3-3. That's fine. Because then that means you went. I don't know. We figure so.
Well, honestly, I think that all right. I think the Dodgers.
Oh yeah, you can't split them, but you have to split the game. So you have to.
All right, so they split the Dodgers, right? And then they win 2 out of 3.
In San Diego, but they lose 2 out of 3 in LA. So
That's not bad. That's not bad. You know what I mean? Especially if game 1 of the series, Shohei shows up and shows out. 7 innings pitched, 1 run, and cranks in 2 or 3 runs himself.
Shohei is Shohei. It's going to be hard to stop him regardless.
And you have Trout, who's healthy, and
that's going to be a good series.
Yes. And that, honestly, right now, we're on here saying it. That could be a future, I'm just saying it.
World
Could be
Series.
a future World Series.
Maybe.
And that would be fucking fire.
Yo.
Fire.
So Shohei comes
Fire.
out for the World
I don't even
Series?
care who wins. I just want to watch. I just want to watch.
Yo, that would be fucking awesome. I tell
You know what I mean? Like, you ever just want to see something? Like, I don't even care how it turns out. I just want to watch with my eyes it happen. I just want to watch.
It was like even though the Mets lost the World Series in 2015, just watching those games on my TV, just experiencing that, and just seeing that the World Series was in Citi Field, and just like, it was nice to see. I mean, I think back on it now, I'm like, it's unfortunate, they had a lead in every game.
To watch the
But
Mets
it was
go
nice
back.
to see.
To watch the Mets go back with their lineup
And
and everything. No, not even win. Just go back.
No,
And
they
then-
if they go back, they have to win. And I'm not accepting going back and not winning.
If they play
I
the
can't do
Angels,
that.
right, and to get more exposure for Shohei and Mike Trout. Now Mike Trout, this is his
Yo.
first.
Imagine this. Imagine this. Either stadium, because either one's going to be rocking. Game 7.
Oh, I'm there.
Angels,
Oh, we're there.
Mets.
We're there. We're
No,
there.
wait, no. Either stadium don't matter. But if it was Citi Field, that would be crazy. But Game 7, Angels Mets, Shohei Ohtani versus either DeGrom or Scherzer.
No, it's got to be DeGrom. If
I'm
it's
just saying, any one of those formats, that's a phenomenal Game 7 to sit there and watch.
No,
if that's a
no.
Friday night and an 8 o'clock game and I got work, I'm calling out.
Danny, you're not calling out. Danny, you're not calling out. We're going.
Even if I
We're
get
going.
regardless.
Look,
I don't care.
if we can't get into the stadium, let's go into the bar at least.
Either way, if I'm working and it's a Friday, I'm calling out. That's a guaranteed. No way am I not missing this fucking game.
Well, I know MLB has a thing where you can buy tickets in advance.
Well,
Right.
I mean, as a team that's close to the postseason, you can start
Yeah,
putting down
no,
games.
you could buy them, and then if they don't make it, you get refunded.
Yeah.
So if it gets around that time,
I'm going to look to want to do that.
I say we just buy them. You know what I mean? If it
Yeah.
doesn't go through, we got our money back. So who fucking
But
cares?
see, I don't want to do it unless they make the World Series because I don't. It's not that I don't want to do a playoff game, But I'd rather go to a World Series game, man. I don't give a fuck if it's the nosebleeds. I don't care if it costs me $500 for the ticket. I'm up in the nosebleeds.
Well, you guys want to hear something? And
It would be fucking worth it.
I know you'll want to hear this. My mom has been
Fucking October 31st, up in the nosebleeds in City Field. It's fucking like 20 degrees.
All right, my mom has been to 2 perfect games and 1 World Series game. David Cohn's perfect game and David Wells' perfect game.
Yeah.
And then she was there back in like the 2000s when they won, like the early 2000s.
Right.
Or no, early 90s, like, you know that? She was there for that and 2 perfect games. I said, yo, your track record of going to games is phenomenal. Whatever game you want to go to, I'm fucking there.
Like, I've definitely been playing my next Met game, but you gotta figure, honestly, so June is not gonna happen. Most of their June games are on the road. And May's already almost done. It's not gonna happen.
All right, remember I was talking to you about it last night about Discord and the community?
Right.
When we get bigger and we do things, right, and people join our Discord, like you should, and when I figure it out, and I'll send everybody the Discord to get invited.
July 26th is a Tuesday. Mets Yankees at City Field.
Dude, we could do a whole D&D sportscast party to a game, where it's like 30 heads of us and we take over a session. You know, people that actually start coming in here and watching us and start, you know, talking to us and subbing and all that shit. When we get to that point, I want to do that. I want to do a D&D baseball night out or a basketball where like 30 of us from around the area that watch our show, we go watch a game. There's all D&D fans, like, decked out. 30 of us. 30 of us. You know what I mean?
Here's another game I'd like to go check out. August 4th. That's the start of a home 4-game series against Atlanta.
All right, can you look up when Shohei comes to Citi Field?
But then again, I don't know if he does. I think that's why we're just on the road. I mean, I'll look at the rest of the schedule. But
Yeah, look to see when the Angels come to New York, even if it's Yankee Stadium. I just want to see him pitch once, Danny.
Well, let me look at the Yankees because I bet that'll be. Well, let me look at September for the next one. Let me just double check. Let me just make sure the Angels.
All right, here's an update. End of the first half. Memphis is up 77-50.
Memphis is up 77 to 50.
Yes, they are. And then the fuck thing about this is we just had this conversation. I said, I don't know. What did I say? It's not going to be a blowout.
Okay, so let's just say they carry this to the second half and they win this game. They're not going to do this the next 2 games. They're not.
Yeah, but like we
You
talked
think
about.
they make the game 7? You think we see John Morant?
All right, if John Morant doesn't play Game 6, no, we don't see Memphis. If John Morant plays Game 6 in Golden State, I don't know. Like they said, he possibly is out remainder of the rest of the playoffs, right? So let's just take that into effect. What if Memphis actually just beats Golden State without John Morant?
And wins 3 in a row? That means you have to win this game. You have
He's,
to go on the road and win the
he's,
next game.
your face. He said, "Sheesh, that's a lot."
It's like that one Bill Burr joke where he's like, yeah, right.
Yeesh.
I don't know. I mean, I like it.
Well, actually, hot take right here.
It's not sustainable.
But here's a hot take.
So yeah, the Angels don't come to Citi Field this year.
All right, well, here's a hot take for you.
I'm gonna look at the Yankees real quick.
Look up the Phillies as well.
Well, let me look at the Yankees first because that's American League. But yeah, I can look at Philly because I wouldn't mind taking a ride down to Philly and going to see them play in Philly. I want to go back there and get some cheesesteaks. I know that. For sure.
Well, I'll be in Philly for like these 3 days in June. Then we take her home. But when we take her home after that, she's gonna be in a body cast that holds her arm out like this. You know what I mean? And a cast around her neck because they're doing surgery here, and so she can't move for like almost
Yeah,
like
so she
yeah.
needs.
So everything can heal and shit like that. So depending on her recovery and what it's looking like, you know, if she's doing good and everything's running smoothly, I don't see why not. I couldn't go with you to at least the Philly game versus Minnesota, but I know Mary's is gonna want to go to that.
Honestly, I told you before because he said he wanted to go, but I'm going one way or another, bro.
Well, all right.
Even if that means I have to drive and not drink in the game just to go.
Or just
'Cause
have,
I'm not doing that
or
much
just,
shit
well,
that
the
I
beers,
left.
the beers are so expensive. You have 2 beers.
That's true, but. Oh,
Like-
okay. Well, alright, D. At the end of May 31st, the Angels come to Yankee Stadium.
Can't.
May 31st is a Tuesday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
I can't. May 31st, we gotta go get her COVID test, and then like 2
Yeah.
days later she goes in. So nah.
No, I feel that. I'm just letting you know when it goes to the
But
first.
you want to do me a favor? For me, can you go?
Can I go?
Can you go?
You want me to go to Yankee Stadium and watch
Shohei.
There's no
Yes.
guarantee he's going to pitch one of those games.
Well, no. Pay attention to it. Like watch it as it
Yeah.
gets closer. And if they're like, "Oh, Shohei's pitching that game," just go on our behalf, please, for the life. Just go. Record yourself a little bit.
I would love to see him too.
Yeah, but at least one of us is gonna see him. So when Mackenzie's like, 9, and she's like, who would be the best ever? You know what I mean? Then we'd have that whole discussion. Be like, well, you want to see one of the best ever? I got film.
Yeah. Well, I'll follow it. I'll see how it goes.
But that football game, Danny, is more likely, to be honest with you. Because that'll be months after, all right, so she gets the
After the
surgery
surgery.
June 2nd. June 29th, everything comes off.
Right.
So after that's more plausible. Especially early September, Monday night. I mean, we don't work.
I can always take off Monday and Tuesday.
Exactly. So we would go out there, we would probably leave early. We'd probably leave around to be honest with you, I'd want to get out there at 12 or 1 in the afternoon just to avoid all the traffic. Right?
So yeah, at the end of May, this is the only series that the Angels are gonna be here. So I have to start tracking this series now and see. if I can
Or
finish.
see if they're playing the Phillies.
Oh right. That's right. I already said that.
Or the Orioles.
Philly's closer.
Yeah, but the Orioles are only 3.5 hours away.
Less traffic. Yeah, less traffic though.
I'm just saying.
Then you gotta go into Baltimore and everything.
Well, I mean,
Gas
that
prices.
area isn't a good area. I'm not going in that area with my daughter. Like the way, when I went to Baltimore, the way I looked at it, it was beautiful, the pier and everything. But that's the hood on the boardwalk. That's the hood on the ocean.
Right.
But like I said, Danny, worst comes to worst, me and you would just go to that Monday night game. You know what I mean? But I think it would be better if Mary went, because then we can enjoy ourselves.
That would
And
be
she don't drink
ideal.
anyway. But I'm not going there in my jersey, and I suggest you don't either.
I'm gonna. I don't give a shit.
All right.
I,
All right. Well, then can you do me a favor? If you're gonna wear that uniform, if you're gonna wear that jersey,
what?
don't accept no fights. Yeah, I mean, just be like, yeah, all right, all right, yeah, good game. Now, if someone throws something on you or something like that, I got you. But don't be like, yeah, so what's up? You know what I mean? Just be like, yeah, all right, thanks.
You know me. I'm
I don't even think they would bust your balls that bad because you're a Viking fan. Now, if I went there in my cowboy jersey,
That's different.
look, I ain't no pussy. I'm just smart. I'm sorry. I'm not. That's a death sentence. And especially if Dallas wins. Oh God.
Yeah.
No, I think that's our best bet. But like everybody that's watching right now, when I get more familiar with Discord, or if you guys want to help me, you guys can DM me on Twitter or Danny, or just shout us out. You know, we're more than open to talking with. You don't even have to say you're a fan. You know, if you listen, we don't care if you consider yourself a fan or you're just somebody who listens, and you know wants to hear it and wants to talk about it, wants to discuss it. Let us know, man. Let us know. Like I said, I want to blow up the Discord. I want to blow up Anchor. I want to blow up Twitch. I want D&D heads in that motherfucker. You know what I mean? I want a whole gang of us, to where years to come, where there's a whole gang of us that like from different parts of all over the world that come to go to sport games once a year. The whole D&D, where me and him can throw throughout the year, if we get like partnered or whatever, we can have the D&D fund where you guys donate and we buy the tickets for everybody. You know, we buy all the food and everything, so it's a group of us.
Or if we know we have if we know we have a set amount of people going, maybe we call the stadium and say, hey, we have a group coming. You know, maybe they have some kind of group package where we get a slight discount. Like
Exactly.
Come with group vouchers or some shit.
Exactly. So we all meet at certain parts of, like, you know, out front of Citi Field or wherever we're going. You know what I mean? We all meet up. You know, we all link up through the Discord. You know, you guys know what we look like, so it's gonna be easier in that time frame where you guys be like, yo, D&D. Be like, yeah, come in.
Oh, that's you guys.
Exactly.
I mean, you can't. It's hard to miss this.
No, but like,
You know?
exactly.
It's hard to miss George over there.
Oh, it's hard to admit this. You know, soon. You know, I just shaved my head, so that's what I do. Shave my whole face, my whole head, but nah. DJ Ragnar, Party Charlie, guys. Like we said, we have 10 minutes left. We want to do big things, and we're getting more traction on Anchor. We want to get more traction on here. We're building, baby. Be a part of the process. Let's build a fucking empire here, man. Let's build an empire. Let's get some people in the chat that can help us in certain ways with our show to ease up also.
We're going back and forth.
Talk to us. Like, when we get people starting to talk and chat, we're going to have a segment of the show where we just specifically talk to chat.
Right.
So if you guys want exposure, you guys just want to talk, or whatever you want to say, look, bad, negative, but in the realm of sports, right? Within the contents of Twitch, which they would allow you to say. You could say anything. We're not soft-skinned people. We can take it. Look, if you're right, you're right.
You're right.
If you're wrong, all best believe we're going to let you know. You're wrong. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And we check each other.
Oh. Sorry. But, you know, first week of June, Angels go to Philly. Third, fourth, and fifth, and it's a weekend series.
Dickhead, I'm just coming home.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I'm letting you know you said look at Philly, so it's easy, it's I don't know, it's like, should I go to Philly the first week, or should I go to Yankee Stadium at the, you know, like, where should, like...
Well, if you go to Philly, the seats will be cheaper.
Yeah.
And that's just a 45-minute ride.
Philly's supposed to be a contender. Right now, at least early in the season.
Right now. I mean, the only thing that's keeping them in the fucking realm of competition is Bryce fucking Harper.
Honestly, I think what sounds like the best idea is that Sunday at 1:35. You know, it's not late, so I'm not driving home late and getting home late. It's Sunday. I get up about fucking 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I get on the road about an hour, not even about like 20 minutes. I'm ready. Get on the road, get down there by about 10, 11 o'clock. They probably open up the gates at like, you're to 1:35, so they probably open up the gates at like 12.
Well, shit, if I was you, if I was going to drink, if I got in the stadium, like, I'm only going to have 2 beers, I'm going to eat some food, enjoy it, and watch the game, and then leave when I'm going to leave. Like, I would just bring some bud, like a pen, and just sit there and chill.
Yeah, I'm definitely, yeah,
You know,
that's for sure.
have some good food in that stadium, a sausage sandwich, you know what I mean? Enjoy the game, have a beer, you know, buy the deuce,
Take
sip
some
the
pictures.
deuce. You know what I mean? Your goal is 2 deuces, that's 4 beers, over 3 or 4 hours. You're not going to be drunk. 6 is pushing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't even like the idea of that. You know.
Well, I'm talking about if that's me, Denny. If I was in your shoes, you know, if I was in your shoes, Party Charlie, I arrived to the stadium, right? 12 o'clock. My first thing is I'm getting myself a Philly. Let me get a Philly from inside the stadium. Eat that, walk around. You know what I mean? Just observe the stadium, see what it's like. Walk all the levels. Game starts. Second inning. Let me get a deuce. Finish that deuce. Fifth inning. You know what I mean? Walk around, get another sausage sandwich or whatever the fuck it is. Eat that.
Go to the smoking section, hit the pen.
Hit the pen. Get yourself another beer. By the time you're done, you know what I mean, the beer may be warm, you half or whatever, you throw it out or you finish it. You know? And don't forget, you don't immediately have to leave the stadium. You can walk around, get your bearings straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I said me. Two deuce minimum. Because they don't serve, you know, the 12 ounces anymore. If they serve the cans, you know, then it's like, all right, I'll just have 2 beers. You can stretch a beer.
How much are these tickets right now? So this section, right behind the Angels dugout. Okay, so this is alright, so from what I can see here, so their cheapest ticket available is $26. And that puts
You better
me
buy that shit right now, dog.
$26?
26. Danny, if I was in your shoes, it'd be booked. Or not even that. I'd be like $26. Try to see. Sit
I mean,
where. All
I
right.
have nothing more, but I'm just saying, I'm just looking where it's at.
Where's your favorite spot to sit?
Honestly, I always like sitting like either third base or first base line.
Okay. I want you to sit where I would sit. Left center field. Mid tier or low tier?
Let's see.
So by next week, I will have that Discord up.
Okay, so you said left center field. So the spot that I'm looking at is section 201, row 8, seat 19 is a $38 ticket.
Oh, that'd be booked right now.
There's another $38 ticket. This one is 38.
Or no, actually, see how much it is to sit up against the wall.
Up against the wall.
Up against the wall in left center.
Alright, hold on.
I think that would run him about what? 200, 210? When you guys watch this back.
The left field, the right field wall.
Doesn't matter. Just against the wall.
Hold on, pause that, 'cause I gotta take a piece, sir.
Let's go. It says pause that, knowing we can't pause that. Boy, all right, fuck it. Well, like I said, guys, we wanna do things. You know, I have ideas, and so does Danny. But it all depends on you guys. You know what I mean? Who's ever watching? You know, tell a friend to tell a friend. You know, if you guys have feedback, let us know. We take feedback immediately. Like, there's no fight on it. You know, the show is for you guys. We enjoy it.
Game. So, alright, so I have to just open that and close it, open it. I guess it's only showing me what's really available left, and it's honestly not a whole lot.
But it's enough.
So let's just say, alright, if I spend $85,
Yeah.
that puts me just about right behind home plate, not field level, but that mid tier. And then from what I'm looking at, that doesn't look like a bad spot.
I just hate home plate because, like, I mean, the ball is fast, and, like, I feel like I don't see the ball launch out.
Right.
I think the best seats in the house are the outfield. Because I feel like you can see the entire game come at you.
Right. You can see everything. You can still see everything regardless, but...
But I think more clearly.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Let's say, actually, right here. I've always liked this spot too. Okay, works. So the spot that I clicked on, which is the scoreboard porch, is $38, which puts me, if you look at the left field, or the right field, side, like third base line,
Okay.
it's that second to top tier, the $38 ticket.
Yo, I would jump on it.
You know, then I have to, I don't know, we'll talk about that when we get off
Yeah.
the thing, 'cause
Alright, guys. It's been real. It's been fun. But it has been real fun. So, we'll catch y'all later. Thank you guys for attaining, you know, coming by. You know, like I said, you guys are us. We go as far as you guys want us to go. So,
peace.
not even peace.